Warning: Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
I would include Puerto Ricans and other minorities throughout our country, which have been similarly discriminated against, though not for so long a period of time as Negroes.
Puerto Ricans weren't enslaved. Yeah, this is a problem that stems from slavery. And this compensation, yes, so this compensation is coming to people who were enslaved by the white man for 400 years. The Puerto Ricans don't even fit into this picture.
Well, they do fit into it.
No,
they do fit into it.
The problem is the Negro problem. They're not lynching Puerto Ricans.
If a dark-skinned Puerto Rican went down to Mississippi, he probably would be lynched too.
Spanish, he wouldn't be lynched.
No, they don't.
It's the Negro here, and as long as he speaks Spanish or some other language, or if he ties his head up with a turban or something, he can go anywhere in Mississippi or in your home that he desires.
You're not aware of the fact, are you, that African students have been arrested in our demonstrations in the South?
When they
speak French.
When they have been mistaken for the so-called Negro in America, they've been arrested.
What?
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm to get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And trust me, there's going to be a lot of people that need to hear this today. And if you have not done so, please make sure you click that link in the description, go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, it's great to be back here with you today. Much love to each and every one of you. Thank you all for being here today. We got some things to talk about today. And my main goal today, in case nobody knows what it looks like, I don't want to say nobody knows because, you know, my FBA brothers and sisters are pretty intuitive and also pretty damn educated, well educated to know when. But there's some people that may not know. And because of that, my whole goal here today, my sole goal, is to show my FBA brothers and sisters who may not know what winning looks like. Oh yeah, I got to talk about it today. We got to talk about what winning looks like because our good brother Jason Black, he's always made it a point to let people know that they will never come out and let us know when we're on the winning side of things. They will never come out and tell you that what you've been doing has been working. And that's why it's the new black media's job to do so in order to make sure each and every one of our FBA brothers and sisters understand that what we do is not in vain. What we do is necessary, and what we do reverberates across these United States, and then after that, the world. So the sole goal today is to actually show what winning looks like and why all these groups, whether being immigrant groups, Democratic groups, Republican groups, all of these groups are failing in a certain way, and that certain way is not having FBA. Because when you have us, we turn the tables. And when I say turn the tables, I'm talking about flipping tables like Yeshua in the goddamn temple. We see something, we don't like it, it flips. We see something, we rock with it, we flip. We do what we need to And everybody will try to say that what we do is xenophobic. What we do is hateful. What we do should be looked out for because it could be, a little agenda behind it. Family, the only agenda behind what we do is elevating the foundational Black American community, is empowering the foundational Black American community, and making sure overall that our community sees and understand what's going on as it progresses. Family, today is a fantastic day to be FBA because they're saying what I told you right now, what I just voiced a few seconds ago. They're saying it for themselves. They're saying it out loud. Yes, they're using coded wordage. Yes, they're very coded in their wordage. But as Jason Black said, they're never going to tell you when you're doing what you need to. They're never going to gratify or glorify you for doing what you need to for the next generation or the next generation or the next generation after which. So family, is very, very important for me to gratify my family. It's very, very important to me to make sure that we have this conversation here today, because FBAs, we're in a whole new day. So we're going to be speaking about the political renaissance that FBA is going through. Now, don't get me wrong, family, and don't misconstrue me. FBAs, we're having a multitudes of different renaissances across the spectrum, across the board. In music, we're having a renaissance. In politics, we're having a renaissance. In the medical field, we're having a renaissance. But today, I would like to concentrate on the political renaissance that we're having. Now, family, I don't know if you saw this article from News One. The article from News One that basically tried to lump us all in with ADOS, the organization, and then just slanders our damn name, disrespect our pimping. Well, and when I say our pimping, I'm talking about, because I gotta break this down, because you might have one of those little tater tots, one of those little, shills come up in here and take that little piece that I just said and say, see, they know that Tariq is a pimp and they don't have a problem following him. No, when I say our pimping, I'm talking about our juice. The very same thing that Birdman was telling Charlemagne the fraud, you're going to put some respect on our names. That's pimping. In the very same way, foundational Black Americans told the Democratic Squad, the Democratic Party, and the Democrat shills, if y'all don't do nothing for us, you're going to lose. We're going to vote the couch. We're going to make you respect our pimping. And trust me, family, whether they like it or not, today they're going to respect the pimping, because they had to respect the pimping. They had to voice that they got to respect the pimping. They had to make sure that the world knows that the pimping of FBA is on full display. Oh, yeah, family, this is going to be one of those broadcasts, family. So make sure you share this out. We need all the people, all the shills on both sides of the fence, whether you are a Republican shill, a Democratic shill. We need them all in attendance today, because it's very important for these folks to understand that these folks will not disrespect our names, and they will not sit here and try to ignore our games. We are doing what we're supposed to be doing. Our train is on the right track, and it is heading right for empowerment. Before we get into the article, I gotta give the usual shots out to the family in the chat. B1 salute, much love and shalom to our sister Andrea Jones. Aquarius Minded, our brother Reparations Nation in the building. Priscilla Taylor's in the building. Our sister Hurricane Nisi is in the building. Much love and shalom to you, my sister. Our brother Damon Reeves is in the building. Much love to you. Our sister Patricia A. Jones is in the building. Much love to you. Shalom to the both of you, and thank you for being here. Our sister Bad 72 is in the building as well. Much love to you, my sister. Let's make sure we're getting through here. Our sister KK Speaks is in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Our brother Black Truth United is in the building. Much love to you, and shalom to you as always, my brother. It's a pleasure. Give me a hot second here, family. Want to make sure I'm thorough here. Our family Black RU is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Our sister Donna C is in the building. Much love to you. It's a pleasure as always. Thank you for being here. Kuat is in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. Our sister FBA Queen is in the building. Much love to you. See, Terry, our sister, is in the building. Shalom and much love to you. Armageddon is in the building. Much love to you. Our brother Antithesis is in the building. Much love to you, family. And thank you for your super chat. He says, out here supporting. Much love to you. And I appreciate your contributions as always, my brother. Want to make sure we got everybody up in here. All right. Look like we want to make sure here. And also, shalom and B1 salute to our sister FBA Queen. Much love to you. Thank you for your contribution. She says, the Church of Black Power, B1 as always, and B1 to you. Much love to you. And thank you for your contribution as always, my sister. Our family Retro Gemini is in the building. Much love to you, my family. Thank you for being here, as well as Affectionate Earth. Thank you for being here. Much love to you. Del Bly is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Oh, we ain't getting nowhere. Police still killing black folk. What? Black folk, we are now locked in with all the oppression. Okay, I'm gonna need you to stick around because this is actually going to be one of those broadcasts at the end of what I'm saying, what I have to say, and after we go over the things that I have to go over here, this is going to be one of those drop the link broadcasts because I definitely want to hear what the family has to say, and I'd love to hear what the naysayers would have to say as well. So stick around, Del Bly. Stick around. All right, let me make sure we got everybody here. Sean Wright, thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Jermadonna, thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. And to everybody who's not in the chat, much love to you. And to everybody who's going to catch this in the replay, much love to you. So, family, we got to start off with the article. We're going to have to start off with an article. The same News One article that I was just speaking on. Let's go here. Oh, and what was your name there, buddy? What was your name? Del Bly. Let me make sure I put that in my memory bank. To all of my moderators, please make sure that I remember that Del Blah hit that link after we're done here. Please make sure that Del Blah hits that link. Make sure I remember to make sure that Del Blah hit that link. Let's see here. Salute to Snatch Adam. Much love for you. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. Now, let's get into this article. FBA's ADOS and misinformation within the Black community as we head towards the 2026 midterm elections. It's important to be discerning about whose information and advice you consume. Now, family, information is supposed to be universal. So why is there a possessive term here? Whose information? If information is universal and facts are facts, I'm pretty sure that, information will be there regardless. But what they're more concerned about is the advice that you consume. And this is very important to go over real quick. We're not going to go through all of it, but we're going to touch on the core of what this article is saying, because the core of what this article is saying isn't worth nothing. It is slanderous. As a matter of fact, one word, two letters, lawsuit. Oh, yeah. This is definitely a slanderous, and this is libel. So we're going to get into this slander. We're going to get into this libel real quick. And then we're going to get into why they're doing the slander and why they're so willing to libel us with the quickness. Now, you could be listening to the wrong people, they say. Now, this is a fresh article, as you can see, came out August 21st. All right. Elections have consequences. It's almost a cliche at this point. Something said either before an election to rally the troops to the polls or after losing an election. It's an introspection point, where in comparison and contrasting political policies, the stark reality between the actions of the victors and the promises of the defeated candidate is made clear. Not just the loser, but oftentimes to the winners too. All right. That's what we're seeing in Washington, D.C. Particularly, and put a pin in Washington, D.C., we'll get back to that. Particularly in the southeast section, Black folks are being harassed for everything from smoking weed on their stoops, which in D.C. is legal, unless you are in Section 8 housing, which means you're under federal authority and you can lose your home, to the simple recording the mass presence of the National Guard, FBI, DIA, and DC police marching through the streets. Black neighborhoods are under a siege, not attack. They're under siege. And I'll bet even former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani, the most popular champion of stop and frisk and broken window policies in the country, must be impressed. Family, this article is starting off thick, ain't it? It is starting off real thick. They are laying it down. Shout out to Damon Reeves. Sound like Nabisco won. It absolutely do. Unfortunately, there is a black face behind this one. I'm not sure if they're FBA, but she's definitely a black face. She is definitely a black face. Salute to Sean C. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. Let's get in here. I want to get to the good part here. You know what? Let's just go into it. In America, our policies lie along a philosophical spectrum. At the polls are communism on the left, which I can't find that many adherent to in 2025. Okay, cool. And fascism on the right, where we can discover. Give me 1 second, family. 1 second. Give me a second. Got to make sure this shit's. I don't know. It just jumps sometimes. The enthusiastic throughout the current Trump administration, but in general, the political center is where most Americans like to find their politicians. Notice I said trictions. Center right or center left is about how much money to spend or not spend on the priorities of the party in power. However, in 2024 presidential election wasn't about the center. It was about the existential threat to Black people. No, family. It was about you guys not bringing forth any tangibles to Black folks. We were sitting here telling you guys since for 10 years, 15 years now, where are our tangibles? Y'all got Obama in there. He stayed in there for 8 years and he looked at us and said he wasn't going to give us no tangibles. And then you turned around 10 years ago trying to convince us that Hillary Clinton was a better choice than Donald Trump, even though she herself has been a staunch anti-Black racist, shall I say? Just like Trump was. And she lost because of it. She wouldn't promise any tangibles. Y'all had her up there dancing with Roland Dan Martin, learning how to do the wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble. And he didn't even know how to wobble. He was out there looking like a big piece of ham, jumping back and forth on a string. Jumping back and forth on a string. This is what this was about. When we saw President Biden become the president of these United States of America in 2020 and actually walked into the office in 2021, we got to tell each other that this was good. This was a situation where we didn't have any disillusions about him being in there. We wasn't regretful at all. We said now it's up to them to prove us right or prove us wrong. So in 2024, after seeing all the things that the Democrats were doing for everybody else, and I mean for everybody else, while giving the middle finger to us, no, in 2024, we gave the middle finger right back. We gave the middle finger right back. Not just that, but we continue to move forward with our middle fingers up to both parties. And that's what we're about to get into, family. Let me bring this back up. Much love to our sister Cooking with Miss D. Thank you for being here, as well as our brother William Wild William in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family, as well as Honey O. Thank you for being here. All right. A clear choice between a normal political candidate and Kamala Harris. What makes you think that Kamala Harris was a normal political candidate as a Californian native? I will tell you, you are full of donkey shit. You're not just full of shit. You full of donkey shit. You full of cow shit. You full of, I don't know, what's stinkier than cow shit? Boar shit. You're full of boar shit. With all the things that this woman did in California, that was one of the major reasons why people such as myself from California came out waving the red flag on this broad. Don't y'all trust that woman right there? Because in California, she was the first Asian AG. She was targeting foundational Black American men, holding them in prison longer than their stints would even allow for simple crimes because of the fact she wanted to have cheap labor and send them out there to go fight the fires. Yeah, we brought that up. Her hiding evidence and just outright refusing to release people off of death row, we brought that up. The fact that Kamala Harris targeted Black fathers and Black mothers for simple truancy, even though some of their children were sick. Oh, yes, we brought that up too. So when you say that it was an easy choice, when you say it was a clear choice between a normal political candidate and then say Kamala Harris right after you say a normal political candidate, this whole damn article has proven itself to not only be biased, but to be a liar, a manipulator, and that's probably why they made sure to put this under the term opinion piece right here at the top. But your opinion won't stop you from getting sued. As a matter of fact, because it's an opinion piece, we're going to move forward even quicker. Because this person with this quote unquote opinion, this person who wrote this by the name of Lawrence Ross, which I hate we share a first name, his opinion is defamatory. His opinion is libel. It isn't freedom of the press in order to libel a whole damn group of people. It's a crime. All right. A clear choice between a normal political candidate in Kamala Harris for the Democratic Party and a criminal felon who'd been found liable for sexual assault in Donald Trump for the GOP. Family, if that did not work before the election, what make these people think that is going to work before these up and coming elections? This isn't going to help you in 2026 either. Because the United States of America clearly showed you that they didn't care whether or not Trump was a convicted felon. And the Nabisco women showed you that they clearly did not care that he was found liable, which I don't believe that was the case either. But he was found liable for sexual assault. They didn't. They went and put on their little pink hats with vaginas on them. And they was running around here chanting, grab him by the nookie, grab him by the nookie. You see, family, I keep explaining this, I keep saying this. In order for these people to get any kind of headway, matter of fact, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to let our elder sister say it.
But the axe forgets, the tree remembers. You can't have a short memory and be black. You open yourself up for attack. You got to have a long memory because you're singing a long song. Y'all feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
And that's what it is. These people depend on us not having a long memory. These people depend on us not remembering what they did. They depend on the axe not remembering the tree, and the tree not remembering the axe. Oh, but they ran into the wrong group of people. Maybe the civil rights generation would have forgotten, but this is the reparation generation. And we remember the axe, we remember the tree, we remember everything in between, including the wind as we cut through it. That's the problem that they're having now, and the problem that they had in 2024, and the problem that they're going to continue to have. A B1 salute and shalom to our brother Black Truth United. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Let's get back into it over here. For rational people, even if you didn't like Harris policies. Oh, so the people that didn't like Harris policies are irrational? We couldn't just be people deciding not to support someone off of their policy stance, the things that we didn't see them do before, because prior actions are the greatest indicators of future actions. We couldn't just be well-read and well-studied people when it came to the two people you threw in front of us as candidates. We couldn't just be Americans who decided to make our own damn decisions instead of listening to a group of people gaslight us into trying to select their candidate. Oh, we couldn't just be. No. We had to be a bunch of irrational people. For rational people, even if you didn't like Harris policies or you didn't know a single thing about her policies, the choice for president should have been as easy as thinking. Really? Why? Because you say so? Lawrence? See, there's way too many Lawrences out here that's cooning and buffooning. I'm going to have to just start going by Larry exclusively. Like before, I would it's Lawrence, but Larry for short. There's a little bit too many of these buffoonish, coonish Lawrences out here. I need to just stick to Larry. Maybe I'll just start going by Mike Larry. That's what they used to call me when I was little. I might as well go back to being called Mike Larry. There's too many of these Lawrences out here tap dancing for no damn reason. Which one of these candidates would I trust around my family? The black woman with the cackling laugh, or the white guy with more criminal indictments than we have fingers and toes, and whose best friend is a pedophile? Family. They must have forgot about the picture of Kamala Harris with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, yeah. No. They must have forgot about the picture of Kamala Harris with Jeffrey Epstein. Why are they sitting here trying to make it seem like only Trump had ties to Jeffrey Epstein when Jeffrey Epstein had a whole book full of politicians, Democrats and Republicans? Why are they acting as if the only person that can be they can point a finger at is Donald Trump? Oh, no. Like I said, and like we say all the time in the new black media, these folks are the same damn bird, just two different wings. That's it. We can call out Bill Clinton. We can call out Bill Barr. We can also call out intellectuals like god dang professors at Harvard and scientists. This man was deep in the soil when it comes to this stuff. So y'all not just going to come around and just say, oh yeah, he was friends with a pedophile. All of them were. When you look into how much money he was putting into politics. Oh. Now they just minimize Kamala Harris down to a cackle. But down to cackle, talk about her god dang history in California, her policies in California, the fact that she cosplays foundational Black Americans in order to uplift every other group but foundational Black Americans. For example, when Kamala Harris, and this article hates when we call her Kamala Harris, but that is not a title we gave her, family. That's a title she gave herself when she was running for AG in California, when she was sponsored and actually endorsed by the California Police Union. She was calling herself Kamala. We was not calling her Kamala until after. They're not talking about these things. And this is not me capping or caping for Donald Trump. But we're going to call a spade a goddamn spade. We're going to make sure when I toss down that spade, every card on the table that ain't spades get taken into my book. And we hold it in that book in case we ever need to pull that back out and say, no, look, we won that book. For those out there who are spades players, sometimes you got to flip the book over and make the folks that you playing against, your opponents, go ahead, toss up 3 books, because you got to show them how much you actually put them spades down and who had what card and who actually took the book. All right, let's continue. We're not going to minimize Kamala to just a cackle over here. Yeah, tough choice. For the majority of Black people, even with slippage amongst some Black male voters, enticed by the notion of embracing misogyny. Here we go. The same stuff that they were doing in 2024, 2022, trying to make it seem like Black men are misogynistic. We just didn't like Kamala because she was a woman. You know, the same people that brought out all these different people, such as Spike Lee, to talk about, have you ever heard of AKA? brought out Obama to try to wag his dirty, musty, tether-ass finger at us and got ran off the block by our women. Shout out to FBA queens, by the way. All the FBA queens out there. Because it was y'all that ran Obama off when he came over here talking this misogyny nonsense. It was you all that said, hey, we ain't about to allow you to come over here, a man who ain't did nothing for our community whatsoever, to now down talk and disrespect our men. Nah, Negro, you better run your ass back over there to Michelle and keep your ass off the block. That was you, ladies. That was y'all. Shout out to Misha. Thank you for being here, my sister. Much love to you. So I got to give a certified B1 salute to each and every one of you. Because we ain't playing this segregation game. We're not playing this feminist game. The same thing they did with the feminist movement during civil rights. We're not allowing the separation in between FBA men and FBA queens. We're not doing it. But it just goes to show that they have no new plays. They keep going back to the same plays over and over and over and over and over and over again. Even when they know they're losing the game, they still running the same plays. Kind of like the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, let me stop. I don't even watch football like that no more, but my dad's a Dallas Cowboy fan. I used to mess with him all the damn time. He'd get mad at me. He heard that damn joke. Well, let me tell you something about these Dallas Cowboys. Shout out to Dallas. Shout out to Dallas, all right? I don't want y'all out there searching for me out here, you know what I'm saying? I know I'm close to Dallas, so y'all, shout out to Dallas, all right? But let's get back into it. All right, I'm sorry. I'm get back on. I digress. All right. Enticed by notions of embracing misogyny and okay. All right. I'm sorry, family. I'm sorry. An approximation to power, and who were transactional in their philosophies. Exactly. Everybody who votes is transactional in their philosophies. Everybody who votes are transactional in their philosophies, but in this article, they're trying to make it seem like it's a bad thing. We saw the threat and voted accordingly. But there was one group of loud and wrong black folks who populated social media telling black people not to vote. That is incorrect. We ain't never told nobody not to vote. We told people not to vote if they didn't give you something to vote for. That right there takes away from our voters' autonomy. That is slander. Because as every other group runs around here withholding their vote unless the campaign of the candidate comes out and say, this is what we're going to do for you specifically, because every other group run like that, for you to try to now tie us to a misinformation campaign for doing the same thing, that is not just misinformation, it's slander. If a person who's a part of the Jewish community decides to vote Republican, they never bring up the fact that a Jewish person voted Republican. If a Jewish person decides to vote for the Democrats, they never bring up the fact that they decided to vote Democrat. And if the Jewish person decides to abstain from voting because they're not doing for their community, no one says nothing about it because it would be deemed anti-Semitic. And if the rules apply to those people in the very same way it applies to us in our lineage. You cannot tie a lineage to a party. That right there in itself is slanderous. In the very same way, you can't tie a lineage to any organization because it is slanderous. Now, let's let it continue. But there was one group of loud and wrong black folks who populated social media telling black people not to vote or to vote for everything except the top of the ballot. We ain't never said that. We've never said that. That is ADOS, and notice how they're trying to tie us together. Because in their eyes, if the Republicans and Democratic Party were snakes, then it wouldn't matter who's in office. Who the hell said that? Who the hell said that? Family, we've been around doing this all this time, and I ain't heard none of you say that. Have you heard any of us say that? I've never heard any of you speak like this. I know you ain't never heard any of us speak like this. We're saying none of those snakes are bringing us any tangibles. So there's no reason to go and run to the poll for any of those snakes. Let the snakes be among the snakes. That has nothing to do with us until they offer our community something tangible, specific, some policy. That's not telling people not to vote. That's telling people not to throw away your vote because your vote has tangible value to it. Salute to our sister Bad72. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister. Also, a B1 salute to DJ Black 909. Much love to you in the building. This is what we've said. This is what we've promoted. If you're going to vote, make sure you're getting something for your vote. We've never told you just don't vote because it's all the same damn people in there. They're all snakes and it won't matter who's in the office. That's a blatant lie. And it falls under libel. Salute to Leonardo Yuda. Much love to you. Shalom. Thank you for being here, family. FBA, Foundational Black Americans, and ADOS, American Descendants of Slave Folks. If you're reading this, I'm pretty sure you're familiar with this crowd. Wait, I thought we were just on the internet. But those just on the internet folk was able to crash out a whole election, and you're making it very clear that you're pretty sure that everyone's heard of us. That doesn't seem like something that's just on the internet. That doesn't seem like something that's just on the internet, does it? No, it doesn't. Not at all. However, let's continue. Yes, I know they're technically two different groups under two different leaders. We don't have no leaders over here. We don't have no damn leaders over here. We don't have any structural art. God dang it. See, that got me all tongue tied. We're not structured like an organization because we're not an organization. We don't have any organizational structure. We don't have an agenda for just, well, our agenda is tangibles, but as a group, we're not going out there pushing some sort of agenda on the left or the right. Our agenda is nonpartisan because we are nonpartisan. We're not running around here with Tariq Nasheed or Jason Black, Black Alpha, the Church of Black Power, God dang it, Afro Elite, Nikki the God, Vicky Dillard, freaking the Independent Voice. None of our brother B Zilla, none of us are out here trying to lead 45 plus million people. None of us. Salute to our sister FBA Queen. She said, I voted for Dr. Claude Anderson. I'm going to be honest with you. If I would have got up off that couch, because, you know, I became an avid member of the couch party, the furniture party, that's somebody I probably would have wrote in myself, if not myself. Salute to you. Tangibles and Black empowerment. Much love to our sister Aquarius. You're absolutely correct. That's what we're here for. So no, there's nobody out here leading the charge. We just understand now that we're on code with each other when it comes to these things. We didn't have to go and have all these damn meetings in order to become on code. We was able to see what we wasn't getting. We was able to see what everyone was getting. And we was able to say individually and then collectively, nope, we're not doing this anymore. Nope, this ain't, nope, hell no. We're not doing this anymore. Oh no, if y'all not getting this nothing like the way y'all giving everybody else out here, the way y'all out here trying to give to everybody else, nah. We're going to sit this out. That's us getting on code with one another. Nobody had to lead us to that conclusion because qualified minds would come to that conclusion anyway. Intelligent minds would come to that conclusion anyway. But let's continue. Their ideology of xenophobia, fetishization of ancestry and lineage, and the detraction, that they use to divide Black people based upon whether or not one's ancestry is tied to slavery is a white supremacist dream. How, Sway? How, Sway? Salute V4 Vengeance. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. How is it a white supremacist dream to see foundational Black Americans who are owed something get more on code about what we are owed? And I'm going to prove that that statement is incorrect in the first damn place, because as we know, the left side used tethers for their own personal gain, and the right side used tethers for their own personal gains. So tell me how the white supremacists on the left and the right benefit by us delineating. I can tell you how they don't. Hell, even with this last election, and we're going to get into that too. The Republicans aren't safe just because we delineated, and they know that they're not. That's why they're trying to get more tethers. Oh yeah, we're going to go there. Like I said, this is one of those broadcast families. So if you have not done so, share this with your friends, share it with your family, because there is some things that we got to get straight here today. Now, it's almost as if The long-serving FBI chief J. Edgar Hoover rose from the dead, sent a COINTELPRO 2.0 battle plan to a group of gullible black folk, and then unleashed a torrent of flag-bearing hashtags and meme-loving, xenophobic black social media accounts on the black community, and then watched the magic happen. Family, I'm not even going to read the rest of this. If you would like to read the rest of this, this is what I'll do. If you haven't read it already, there's going to be a few things that we're going to put into the comment section for you. But there we go. I'm going to put that in the comment section first, in case you would like to read that a little bit later, because we got something else to read here. But before we get there, everybody already know this article's full of stuff. It's full of straight crap. And as we should, we already got the down B1 FBA brothers and sisters already getting on it. There is a lot of videos, but there's a lot to get through today, so I'm only going to play one. Our good brother and friend of the channel, our brother Brian, has some things to say, and we're going to let him get it off his chest.
What's going on TikTok? How y'all doing? The Democrats are starting to cook some stuff up for 2026 with these hit pieces about foundational Black Americans, or Solani people, or the Gullah Geechees, or the Freeman people. The conversation that we have every day about politics and things that we need as Black people, right? Tangible, us voting for something that we can get something back instead of voting for something that everybody benefit from. You get what I'm saying? See, what they try to label us as conservatives, but we're not really conservatives. And we're not really liberals. We just going down the middle. It can be left or right, whoever got some tangibles for us. And some people just choose not to vote. And I ain't knocking y'all either. If you see something in a candidate that's not rocking with you, cool. But the Democrats are starting to put out some hit pieces about us, right? For the 2026 midterm election. They finna come at us, y'all, because they feel a certain type of way. And I don't care what nobody say. And I think we know this. We had something to do with this last election. The reason why this particular person didn't become president. I want y'all to think about that. If that one would have became president, we would have been wiped out. They can't use this Washington, D.C., these scare tactics with Washington, D.C. We knew what was going to happen. That's why we didn't fight for the immigrants doing that deportation thing. We kept saying, we just rested because we know what's going to happen. We weren't surprised. Shout out to my D.C. people standing tall and standing on business. They ain't running. They ain't scared. They still living their life. We get harassed as Black people all the time anyway. The Democrats done it. The Democrats put the federal agents on us and the military on us during times where unarmed Black people's getting unalive. We was outside protest. They sent the guards after us also. Let's not be silly here. And the mayor of DC tried to get federal agents to come in DC back in 2020, 2021, one of them times, like a few years ago, and Biden turned it down. So let's not play those games. But we're gonna have to be prepared, be ready. They're gonna say some things about us, y'all, that's gonna be disheartening. They're gonna try to put us down, but we already strong. We already know the game. We've been training mentally for this. So any misinformation, any slander y'all see from people, man, y'all get in the comments, make videos. We're gonna go ham. We know what the Republicans do. This is another thing I noticed. Well, if you against the Democrats, Trump ain't gonna do nothing but Trump doing certain things that we like, and we loving this immigration, we loving this delineating move. Trump doing what we need him to do just for the delineation, other little things other people like. That's the only thing. So they're gonna try to go, y'all the Trump supporters, Republicans. Man, it don't matter. Democrats ain't done nothing for us collectively either. Nothing. All the Democrats has been doing in these last 10 years, which has been weird to me, is pushing for these immigrants and other weird things that's been going on. I ain't gonna touch on because I got a couple people in that community, but yeah, there's other little things they've been doing. So y'all be strong. Don't let these, because they're gonna come out with some negative stuff about us. That mean we making moves. They don't got no defense for this. They just don't. They use it to the average Democrat voter or the average voter voting because of skin color. That shit don't work. Just because you Black, just because you talk Black, doesn't mean you for Black people. We're a different type of voting group now. We ain't just voting Democrat because our great-grandparents or our grandparents or Black people vote Democrat. We ain't voting Republican either unless they got something that makes sense. So don't let these, I'm telling you, man, do not let these people say you're a Trump supporter. Now, if you are, that's fine. I know a lot of FBAs and other people are Trump supporters, but don't let them use that trying to tear you down, because we ain't no Candace Owens type people. You get what I'm saying? We ain't no Larry Elders type folks either. So y'all keep that in mind. Because when they say Republican, they trying to call us like a Larry Elder Coon or something like that. Y'all stay strong. These people, they finna come hard. We're gonna be ready. Y'all be safe.
Shout out to our brother Brian Jehovah. Make sure if you don't follow him, if you're on TikTok, go follow him on TikTok. He got a page also here on YouTube. Follow him there as well. Much love to our brother, because he said it exactly what it is. This is a whole new voters group. We are not the voters of the civil rights era. We're the voters of the tangible reparations era. And when we say we're not going to give you our vote unless you bring us tangible policies, we mean we're not going to bring you our vote unless you bring us tangible policies. Now, here's another thing. These folks in DC know this. Why do you see everybody running around here trying to co-opt our talking points and co-opt our movement? It's because now they have to admit that not only did FBA put a foot to the ass when it came to the Democratic Party, but that the Republicans got a issue too if it's left up to us. Let's go to this next article, family. This article comes from CNN. And I want you to understand, as soon as I saw the title of this article this morning, when I saw the title of this article, I knew exactly what they were saying. And when you see the title of the article, I'm sure you will too. Here's the title. It's time to redefine the swing vote. Oh, family. Oh, family. Yes, sir. I'm going to take this. We're going to go through this whole article here, but in case y'all want this for your own personal use, here is the link for that as well. Because we're going to talk about what's going on in this article. There's a lot of truth in this article, and there's a lot of information to say, hey, guess what? Foundational Black Americans, you're winning. What T-Pain said, all we do is win, 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 no matter what. Well, this article right here is going to explain to you how much we're winning. How much we're winning. Salute to Drew Laston. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, fam. Let's get into it. Oh, no, y'all didn't. Hold up. Oh, they bastards. No, they didn't. Because I literally just read this mug and I got a blocker. What the hell is going? You know what? Hold up. Let me see if I can pull it up a different way. Let me see if I can pull it up a different way. Because I damn sure, like I said, these folks be taking these type of articles and putting them behind a paywall real quick once a person read them. Let's see what we got here. Let's do this. Let's try this way. Let's see if that works. Let's pull you over here. Not now. Let's go here. Give me 1 second, family. Nope. My blocker is not working for nothing. All right. Let's see. Let's do this then. Oh, that's harsh. Because I was so looking forward to bringing you this article, family. I am so looking forward to it. So what we're going to do here, I might just have to go ahead. All right. Let's just see here. Jesus Christ. All right, give me 1 second, family. Let me figure something out here. Because this article here, let me just go ahead and do it. Give me a second. I'm gonna go ahead and just pull this article up because, god dang it, it's definitely a necessary article. Give me 1 second, family. I'm gonna play a little bit of. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and do this. Let me just do this while we wait.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black Grassroots for the Black Grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the black vote, you tell them to show me your black policies.
I am Greg Marcel Dixon, and I approve this message.
All right, family. So, yeah, I just have to go ahead and get the subscription real quick. Just have to get the subscription because, like I said, family, this article is highly important to read today. It is highly important. So let's get into it without further ado. And I appreciate each and every one of you for your patience. Like I said, I told you this once before that for sometimes they'll see engagement on certain like posts like this, and then them bastards will literally turn around and throw up the paywall after they see how many people read the article, or certain people read the article, if you ask me. Let's go into it. The swing voter is back, but in a new form. Earlier in the 21st century, the dominant view amongst experts was that swing voters, those who might switch their party preference between elections, were all but extinct. I don't know why, because we all knew the swing voters have always been us. The swing voters have always been us. The goddamn Nabiscos, they vote Democrat and Republican at the same damn rate. The Latinos do the same thing. The Asians do the same thing. So when you talk about the swing vote, we know that majority of wherever the swing vote is, that's the population of Black Americans, foundational Black Americans to be more specific. Shout out to Octavius Prime. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. This channel is awesome. Much love to you. You're awesome as well, family. I appreciate you being here. So yeah, we already knew what it meant to be the swing vote. But now they're going to tell you, they're going to act like this is new. They're going to act like foundational Black Americans are the new swing vote, but they always knew it just like we always knew it. Now they have to say it. But I love this article because this article has to tell you why they has to say it. So let's get back to it. Those who might switch their parties, okay, all right, so between elections were all but extinct. Even today, the number of people who reliably turn out to vote, but also regularly flips their votes between parties remain very modest by historical standards. Yet, strategies in both parties believe a new kind of swing voter has emerged as the total number of voters has dramatically increased in the past decade. Interesting. The trend of voters have been downtrending in the past decades. All of a sudden, they're trying to tell you that the voting has increased. We'll get there. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. Today, key swing voters are the many Americans who cycle in and out of the electorate, casting a ballot in some elections, but not others. Who is it that just told the Democratic Party, not just in 2024, but in 2015, 2016, that if y'all not giving us nothing for our votes, we're sitting this out? Who was that? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was you. That was foundational Black Americans. Kudos to you. Matter of fact, I got to give a round of applause to you all. You all deserve it. Oh, and we're just getting into the article, family. This is just scratching the surface, and trust me, it gets a lot deeper than this. It goes a lot deeper than this. Trust me when I say. All right. A swing voter today is one who does or does not show up to vote. You know how the last article was sitting there talking about we was trying to convince people not to vote, not to show up? Well, this article from CNN is telling you to your face the new swing voter is the voter who will opt out of voting. Isn't that what we've been doing? And isn't that what we've been saying? Says Bill McInturf, a veteran Republican pollster. The intermediate or low propensity voter are also more likely to switch their votes between parties than those who routinely show up to the polls, experts believe. Yeah, the same way we said, hey, if the Republicans give us reparations, you'll get our vote. If the Democrats give us reparations, you'll get our vote. If Republicans bring us policies for our community, you'll get our vote. If the Democrats give us policies for our community, you'll get our vote. If neither one of you does either of those things, you won't get or see our vote. Yeah, that was us. That was us. Salute and shalom to John's son. Thank you for being here, my warrior brother. Much love to you. Yeah, that was us. But the principal way these irregular voters express their shifting sentiments is by whether they vote at all. Yes, don't this article sound like they're talking directly about us, right, family? I'm not grasping for strings, am I? I'm not just reaching. Am I? I tell you what, wait till we get a little bit further down and you tell me whether you believe they're talking about foundational Black Americans or not. Let's go here. Catalyst, a Democratic data and analytic firm, has calculated that 126 million people voted in both the 2020 and 2024 presidential elections. And guess what? There's over 330 million people in this country, and we know for a fact that half of the foundational Black American population sat it out. The Couch Party got those votes. Of that total, Catalyst estimates that only about 6 to 12 million switched from supporting one party to another across those two races, including those who switched to a third party candidate. Those party switchers were dwarfed by the number of people who moved in and out of the electorate itself. In each of those two elections, about 60 million either voted for the first time or sat it out. Or sat out the contest after voting 4 years earlier, according to Catalyst calculations. According to Catalyst calculation, shout out to V4 Vengeance. Let's show up to all the polls and write in FBA tangibles on the ballots when there's nothing to vote for. I'm going to be honest with you. I tell people all the time, even though I'm an avid Couch Party member, I am registered to vote. And I'm registered as an independent. And I agree with you. To be honest with you, we don't even have to run to the polls. We can send them in. But it probably would make a larger impact if we all went to the polls and wrote in FBA tangibles, wrote in reparations, cash-based reparations to be more specific. You know, I truly believe if we all showed up to the polls and wrote in Dr. Claude Anderson, we might have a new president by the name of Dr. Claude Anderson. He wake up one morning and not even know he's the president. He like, well, he found out in the news that FBA has decided to make him the president of the United States. That might just be a thing. I'm just saying, but I agree with your point, family. Much love to you. Also, much love to our sister Crystal Watson. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. All right. The large number of these low perplexity voters is creating a more fluid and unstable electoral environment. An unstable electoral environment. What does that mean? That means we're shaking the damn table, ladies and gentlemen. We're picking up the table, we're flipping it over 4 times. And that's off of one flip. We're not continuously flipping. We hit it with one good flip. Flop, and it's going 4 times. Flip, 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 flip. That's you. That's what you guys are doing. In 2024, this turn clearly benefited President Donald Trump. Catalyst found that most people who voted in 2024, but not 2022, backed him. 2020, backed him. While most of those who sat out 2024 after voting in 2020 had supported Democrat Joe Biden. Let me read that again. Catalyst found that most people who voted in 2024 but not in 2020 backed him being Donald Trump. While most of those who sat out 2024 after voting in 2020 had supported Democrat Joe Biden. What are we saying here? Everything that the new black media explained about Joe Biden being in office, this is why we said we didn't have any disillusions about him being in office. We didn't regret it. No, because then he would either prove us right or prove us wrong. And what did they do? Proved us correct. They proved foundational black Americans correct. And then in turn, what ended up happening is that gave us a whole new seat to sit on. Whether you know it or not, family, we're sitting in a whole new seat in the political realm. But this article is going to get to that too. Let's go continue here. But it's far from clear that Trump has cemented the loyalty of his new intermittent voters. Let me read that again. It is far from clear that Trump has cemented the loyalty of his new intermittent voters, who tend to be young and less well educated. Oh, you see what they tried to do there, family. They tried to make it seem like anybody who did go vote for Donald Trump is either young and dumb and full of cum or just uneducated, highly uneducated, not college educated, and are more likely to be black. That is a crazy sentence that they just did, the way that they just put this together. And let me tell you why. Because basically they're saying that black, Hispanic, and Asians are less well educated. I don't know if you caught that, family. Who tends to be younger and less well educated and are more likely to be black, Hispanic, or Asian American than the people who turn out more regularly. Let me be very clear with you. Hispanics turn out and they split their vote. Asians turn out and they split their vote. Let's stop the shenanigans and chicanery, shall we? The only people that the Democratic Party was very concerned about, because they knew how everything would work, was the black vote. Was the black vote. Salute to our sister Bad. She said they stayed trying to make us dumb and not know anything about history. Exactly. Kuwait said what now? Heard it loud and clear. Absolutely, family. Absolutely. That was a crazy sentence. Well, let's see the next turnout. Yeah, exactly. It ain't going to be so well if they ain't doing what we say. I guarantee you that. Polls now consistently show Donald Trump approval rating running well below his 2024 vote share with each of those groups. I would remind Republicans that the rule of coalitions is the last one in or the first ones out, said Dan Cannonine, the 2024 Battleground States Director for both Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. They did get some folks, they did get some new folks into the coalition in 2024, but nothing they are doing today seems to me designed to keep those folks in a coalition. So you have your quote unquote correspondents and your analysts, your political analysts, and the Democrats saying, well, hey, Republicans, we understand that you got some new voters over there. We see that, you know, there are some people that ain't rocking with us no more who straggled over to you. But don't get comfortable with them because, you know, they're not really filling you. You are not doing anything that keeps them content. Well, family, that's not a lie. I will agree with that. Now, there are some things that we like that Trump's doing that, you know, indirectly benefit foundational Black Americans, but that's not enough to have us go and run into the polls in 2026, is it? It's not enough to have us run into the polls for the Republicans in 2028 either. Let's just be very clear about that. I'm just saying. So I would agree with that point there. However, the Democrats ain't doing nothing to get us over there to vote for them either. So it looks like it might just be a redo of 2024. You know, we just vote the Couch Party all over again. All over again. We have no problem doing so either. But let's get back over here. Which means that the intermittent voters who contributed so much to Trump's victory in 2024 could power more surprises in 2026 and 2028. And what is he saying here? He's saying, well, if you get too comfortable, you know, they might surprise you. They might just straggle their way back over here to the Democratic Party. That's what they're saying, family. Is persuasion or mobilization the key to victory? Successful national campaigns have always sought a balance between mobilizing their core supporters and persuading swing voters. But the relative emphasis on these two goals has varied over time. In the 90s, Democratic President Bill Clinton aimed his governing agenda and political strategy primarily at swing voters, such as suburban white women who have drifted away from the Democratic Party. Family, that's a lie. That's a lie. Bill Clinton's whole god dang campaign was literally targeting foundational Black Americans. Y'all don't remember? I remember. They was running around here calling that man the first Black president. Why? Because this man went on Arsenio Hall and did this. Family, he wasn't on Jay Leno doing this. He wasn't on the Tonight Show doing this. He wasn't on Sally Jesse Raphael. He wasn't on Ricky Lake doing this. Nah, family. You see it with your own eyes. Who did he go to? He went to our brother, Arsenio Hall, and played some of our music, the Heartbreak Hotel. He didn't go anywhere else. So how is he targeting suburban white women when he didn't go to any show that suburban white women watch? If they would have said, if he would have went to Oprah, I'd have been like, okay, he was targeting suburban white women. He didn't go to Oprah. He wasn't on Oprah doing this. No, he wasn't even on Oprah doing this. He was on Arsenio Hall's show, which was known for what? Uplifting hip hop. For the most part, Arsenio Hall did all kind of interviews with all kind of people. But when it comes down to the core of what the show was about, it was about uplifting hip hop. So that's why when he first got canceled after having Farrakhan on his show, yeah, we could go there today. You had all these different hip hop artists come on the Arsenio show, the Arsenio Hall show, and they played him off. They did basically one big performance to show their appreciation to Arsenio Hall. This is where Bill Clinton went. Well, let's get back into it. Let's get back over here. I just had to mention that, family, because they want you to think that these folks have nothing to do with you getting in the office, when every single one of these folks who got in the office was dependent upon you and your vote. All right. In his victorious 2020 campaign, 2000 campaign, Republican George W. Bush largely followed that playbook, emphasizing his compassionate conservatives agenda and looking to claw back suburban moderates. But heading into Bush's 2004 re-election campaign, his top advisors made a revolutionary decision. Bush campaign team, led by Chief Strategist Karl Rove and Senior Advisor Matthew Dolt, and Mark McKinnon, concluded that campaigns were spending too much money trying to persuade the dwindling number of voters who were truly open to supporting either candidate. They concluded they could earn more votes per dollar by shifting their efforts towards mobilizing Republican-leaning voters who had not turned out in recent elections. Give me 1 second, family. Sorry, jumping again. Let me pull this up. All right. That set a template. The winning presidential candidates in both parties largely followed over the next decade. Lies again. Lies again. Democrat Barack Obama, in the words of our brother Black Alpha, salute to him. In his 2008 and 2012 campaign, targeted working class and white collar, white swing voters, but he also placed heavy emphasis on mobilizing African Americans and youth voters. No, that's another lie. He didn't and anything when it came to foundational Black Americans. He put an emphasis on mobilizing foundational Black Americans and younger voters, and then going after white collar, white swing voters and the working class. Foundational Black Americans was his core group of people that he was going after. And this could be proven. This could be proven. After he got into office, family, after Barack Obama, after Obama got into office and said that he would not just be doing anything specifically for Black Americans, because that's not how America works. No. America works when we're all working together and yada, yada, yada. After we've seen all the deaths under Obama, and Obama didn't do nothing but sign a Blue Lives Matter bill into office. Executive order, to be more specific, giving police more funding, giving police more protections. After we saw all that, after we saw him give policy after policies to the Asians, give policy after policy to the LGBTQ, the Latinos, aka the people who received the Dreamers Act that stole the name that belonged to us, who are the real dreamers. When we seen Obama running around here giving away millions of dollars to Jewish folks when the Holocaust didn't even happen over here. Oh yeah. When it came time again, the bulk of us refused to give our vote to Obama a second time. I voted for Obama the first time. I can honestly say I couldn't in good conscience vote for him in 2012. Excuse me, 2012. 2012. But here's how you prove that as well. You can go and research it. Yes, Black voter turnout dropped significantly during Barack Obama's second term, specifically between the 2012 and 2016 presidential elections. The decline followed a record high in 2012 when Obama was on the ballot. So once again, that's leading it all back to who? It's leading it all back to you. Give yourself a pat on the back, family. You deserve every bit of it. And I'm making sure I tie this in because if we don't break down articles like this, you'll have a lot of people not understanding what's really happening. It'll go right over their heads that these people are literally telling you that everything you've been doing for the past decade plus is now showing and bearing the fruit of your labor. Let's get back over here to the article. I want to kind of scale down a little bit. Trump's 2016 victory represented another triumph of the mobilization strategy. His win pivoted on expanding turnouts and GOP margins among Republican-leaning groups, particularly white voters without a 4-year college degree in 2020. Trump again massively mobilized Republicans, but Biden and the Democrats matched that surge with huge turnouts. I don't believe that, but it says it. It says it. Of their own partisans. Salute to Zavon Scott. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you, as always. Trump lost largely because he ran more poorly than any Republican in modern times among college-educated voters. So they're trying to say the reason why Trump lost in 2020 is because those educated Democrats came on out and voted against Donald Trump. But then you turn around and talk about 2024, where those very same people opted not to vote for Biden again or vote for Kamala Harris. They're not college educated anymore. You see how that works? I thought they were all college educated and everything. I thought that, Biden had to pull out the educated people in order to get in the office. But what you're really telling me is those people are only educated because they chose to vote for Biden and not because of the fact that they're actually educated. Because as soon as the same number of people decides, yeah, you know what, we're not going to vote for Biden again, they become uneducated. Many of whom identify as independent. Salute to our sister Aquarius. I guess they're educated fools. That's exactly what they are. That's exactly what they are. According to Roland, all right. Let's get back over here. While Clinton in the 1990s emphasized persuading moderate voters. What? No. Clinton did this. Yeah, family, I'm not going to allow them to just talk about Clinton as if he was going out there searching for everybody he could outside of the black community when that wasn't the case at all. The whole case of the situation, we got the proof and evidence who he was pandering to the whole damn time. The whole damn time. Salute to Vengeance once again. It says, Big Brother, that statement was about illegals voting. Huge turnouts. Ooh. That might just be, family. That might just be. However, the illegals wasn't really here in 2020 to do the huge turnouts. It wasn't until, Biden got into office and cracked the damn floodgates open that they started getting here in huge numbers. So I would still have to say it's about us, brother. It's still about us, fam. Monica took him down. Got taken down by his own Nabiscos. That was hilarious. Hilarious. Though the lesson was obscured by Trump's defeat, the 2020 election showed that he was no longer relying solely on mobilizing core Republican constituencies. He also succeeded at persuading more voters who didn't historically favor the GOP, particularly young voters and racial minorities. Now it's racial minorities. No. It wasn't racial minorities because you had a split vote between the Asians. You had a split vote between the Hispanics. Just saying. In 2024, Trump pushed those inroads further to the point that they became arguably the decisive factor in his return to the White House. No, the decisive factor in his return to the White House, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters, children of all ages, was the fact that we set it out. The Democrats have already admitted to that. The lamestream media has already admitted to that it was because of the fact that half of the black population, half of the black population did not show up. They lost to the couch. But like I said, these articles, they're not here to tell you, hey, FBA, what you've been doing is working. They're here to try and confuse you. And if you don't break down the article, they most likely will continue to try to confuse you. In 2024, Trump pushed inroads further. Okay, I already read that. All the major data sources about 2024 voters behavior shows that Trump made larger gains amongst Hispanic, Asian Americans, and even black voters than he did amongst white Americans. He also improved more among younger than older voters, Across all these groups, Trump consistently ran best among those who are the least engaged with the political system and least likely to follow news about it, according to polling conducted for NBC. Of course, it would say that because y'all paid for it. Whoever pays for the polling, 9 times the polls will go in the favor of the person paid for it, just like research studies. Salute to our young family, Retro Gemini. They'll say anything at this point to deny our influence in the election, knowing damn well we're the needed that makes everything move. Exactly. We're the much needed that makes everything move. Throughout 2020, Trump's success had always depended on his ability to motivate low propensity working class white voters to turn out. In 2024, he proved he can do the same with working class non-whites. Oh, you meant needle? Yeah, okay. That comes off better anyway. So yeah, we're the needle that makes everything moves. You're absolutely correct. But we're also the much needed group of people to make everything move. So either way, you're correct. Changing how we think of the swing vote. Let's get into how they want to change the way they're thinking about the swing voter. The results of 2020 and especially 2024 presidential election changed the dominant view across the political system about swing voters in 2 important respects. Let's hear where these 2 important respects are. First, when targeting swing voters a generation ago, Notice they said a generation ago. Why? Because they're listening to what the hell we're saying in the new black media. They're listening to what we're saying in the black grassroots. When we say we are not the civil rights generation, we are the reparations generation. And now they're making sure that you know and people know who they're speaking about because they're using our terminology. They're using our lingo. First, when targeting swing voters a generation ago, both parties largely envisioned cross-pressured white moderates. For example, college-educated white men who were economically conservative but culturally liberal. Those traditional swing voters remain important for campaigns because they are so numerous. But increasingly, each side sees working class Hispanic, Asian Americans, and to some extent, Black voters, as well as younger men, as pivotal swing constituencies. No, because the Hispanic and the Asian vote is split. So you can't be talking about Hispanics because the Hispanics were just out there talking about, I will vote for Donald Trump. I will vote for Donald Trump. And the Asians were out there splitting their vote for Donald Trump. The only people who really had a big impact was foundational Black Americans, whether we decided to vote for Trump or whether we decided to vote for President Couch and Vice President Lovesee. And those are some great presidents. I'm going to be honest with you, they've always had our backs. They've always had our backs. So we know for a fact you're not talking about Hispanics. We know for a fact you're not talking about Asian Americans. We know for a fact who you are speaking about, not to some extent, but to the full of the extent, is Black voters, foundational Black Americans. As the pivotal swing constituencies, just like we've always been. Just like we've always been telling each and every one of you, we are in the new Black media. We've been telling folks for the longest, don't let these folks fool you. When they talk about the swing vote, they're looking at you. They're talking about you. And what happened? Kamala Harris lost every damn swing vote, and all the swing vote states went to who? Donald J. Trump. So we know for a fact it wasn't because Hispanics or Asians. It wasn't because of Middle Easterners. People like Ilhan Omar. It wasn't because of her people. No. It was because of foundational Black Americans who set their Black ass on the couch and pop popcorn and watch it happen. Oh yeah, this is what winning looks like, family. And we still ain't even gotten to the part where I want to show you yet. We still got some more winning to do in this article. That's why I said we're not going to skim on this article. We're going to read through this article. We're going to make sure that the world knows that they know that we are the sauce. We are the swing voters. We are the folks that give you the opportunity to be in office. And when you don't bring it to us, we're going to make sure that you don't ever see another opportunity to be in office. 10 or 15 years ago, when political strategists talked about younger and non-white voters, It was all about how we could mobilize them to vote because you think that based on their demographic, excuse me, family. Okay. Due to their demographic, they are going to vote Democratic, said Republican pollster Patrick Ruffini. Yeah. Author of Party of the People, a book analyzing the GOP gains with minority voters. Now, they are very much up for grabs. Who is very much up for grabs? Because the Asians have already been voting a split vote since they got here. The Hispanics have been split voters since they got here when they get citizenship or whenever they do vote. It is a split. There's only one group of people that they never looked at as people who's up for grabs. That's because we voted on the Democratic plantation for over 60 plus years. For nothing. And so these people, they heard us saying, hey, we're not doing that no more. They watched us crash out this election after explaining to people that the black vote is for sale. If you're not bringing us tangibles, this vote is staying in our pocket. You can just lose for all we care. Now that they're hearing us saying this, now they see us crashing out elections. Now they see that the Democratic Party is falling apart. They have no leadership. They have no sway in the black grassroots. Now they want to come out. Now they would like to come out and try to make it seem that it's about everyone else. All these minority groups are up for grabs. No, the only group that they're saying is up for grabs is foundational Black Americans, because we said if you do not bring us tangibles, you do not get our vote. And then we stood on business. We stood on business. So, family, who is it that they're saying is up for grabs if not us? Like I said, this is what winning looks like. This is what winning looks like. Both sides have a chance to win them. And there are a lot more of them. There are a lot more than them. There are a lot more of them. Who are they talking about? It's a lot more of us. Family. The second important shift has been broadening the definition of swing voters beyond the relative modest number of people who vote regularly, but shift from party to party. Instead, strategists on both sides have come to believe swing voters are expressing their preference not only by isolating between Democrats and Republicans, but to an even greater extent by cycling in and out of the electorate. That's us. Give me 1 second, family. Let me take a drink of this water real quick. Make sure you hitting that like and share button, family, because we got to cook. We ain't even done yet. We got to cook some folks. Now, results from validated voters studies conducted by the Pew Research Center quantifies both these changes. According to previous unpublished findings provided to CNN, unpublished, take that into account. Pew found that voters of color who supported Biden in 2020 were much more likely than white Biden voters to move away from Harris in 2024. Wasn't this what we were saying in the first place? Didn't we say we're not rocking with Kamala? And now you have people, well-educated college students who voted for Joe Biden opting out of voting for Kamala in 2024, according to Pew Research. After we said it so many times, it became true. Well, it was already true. They only make it true within their, lamestream media by reinstating or now that's the proper word. Basically just reaffirming what we say. Pew found that the share of Biden 2020 voters who voted for Trump in 2024 was relatively modest for whites, 6%, black, 5%, Hispanic, 7%, and Asians, 9%, Americans alike. But while just 12% of Biden's 2020 white voters did not vote at all in 2024, Pew found the number rose to 19% for his black and Asian American supporters and 23% among Hispanics. Taken together, those results indicate that a much higher share of Biden 2020 minority voters swung in 2024 than his previous white backers, and that the swing was expressed more by staying home than crossing over to Trump. Family, if you didn't believe that they was talking about us, this article just admitted it right there. The swing vote was more expressed by staying home than crossing over to Trump. Remember, they was trying to make it seem like black voters are just running over to Trump. Black voters are so enticed by Trump. And I was telling people, no, that's not the case at all. Really, it's the same old black voters. These were people who were already Republicans before Trump got in office, to be honest with you. The reason why Trump actually got that leg up was because we set it out. Oh, they hate that. They hate that so much. Salute Tim. Thank you for your Cashapp donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. Let's continue. The decision by so many of Biden's 2020 minority supporters to skip 2024 suggests that not voting expressed disillusion with his performance. No. See, disillusion, that means disappointment. Maybe there were some people that were disappointed, but there was much more people who saw what the hell we saw, who understood what the hell we were talking about after we called out every little thing that was going on within the Biden administration. In the very same way that people understand what we're calling out within the Trump administration. So no, it wasn't about being disillusioned. It was about being proven incorrect, because a lot of those people went and voted for Joe Biden in spite of what they heard from us. And we wasn't disillusioned by that. We wasn't disappointed in that. We said, well, Watch this. He's going to either prove us right or prove us wrong. And those very same people that voted for him the first time around decided not to do it the second time around, which means he proved us right. Ruffini, the Republican pollster, spoke for many strategies in both parties when he said Democrats were mistaken to assume that Biden's 2024 minority support would have stuck with Harris if they had voted. Salute to Black RU. Much love to you. He said, refusing to give credit where credit is due. Exactly. Exactly. Also, salute to our sister Aquarius Minded. The blinders were taken off. Exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. Where were we? If they had showed up, did you want them to actually show up? Is it actually in your interest to have them show up? Great question. If we would have got off the couch, would we have voted for Kamala Harris? No, we wouldn't have. No, we wouldn't have. We would have voted third party. We would have inserted names. That's what it is. Some of us, like how they did, would have voted for Trump because, they wanted those deportations. Absolutely. Absolutely. But Kamala? Nah, you probably didn't want us to get off the couch. You probably most likely shouldn't have wanted us to get off the couch. Is it actually in your interest to show up? Ruffini said. That was the whole thing. It's now a swing block. They're talking about us, family. Nobody really owns them. Remember how Democrats was running around acting as if they owned the black vote? They sending out your goddamn shills like Roly Poly Martin and all these other shills to be screaming about how if you vote Republican, you ain't black. Thank you, union member. All of that. Family. Now they're just saying it outright, what we've been saying all along. Nobody really owns the black vote because the black vote is up for sale. And whoever can come with the most tangibles will receive the black vote. That's not what this article here from News One is making apparent, which makes it libel. But this article is making it very apparent. Nobody really owns them. The recognition that voting or staying home constitutes a form of swing behavior. Let me read that again. The recognition that voting or staying home constitute a form of swing behavior is erasing the distinction between persuading and mobilization. Family, what is that saying? That is saying exactly what I've been saying since I picked up this microphone. Since I first started doing my not just broadcast, because I just recently started going live about a year. It's not even been a year that I've been going live. Majority of all my content has been pre-records, but since the beginning, all the way to now, I've been very consistent in saying that voting is an exchange. and not voting is a form of civic engagement. It's just as much as a form of civic engagement as actually going to cast a ballot. When you decide to sit out an election, that counts as a vote. It just doesn't count as a vote towards either party. And they take that into account. So now we have CNN sitting here saying the exact same thing that I've been saying since I picked up this microphone. Let's continue. Like I said, family, I got to give a salute to our brother Jason Black, because he was one of the people who said it the most. You are not going to hear these people come out and tell you that you're winning. You are not going to hear these people come out and tell you what you're doing is working. But when you break down these articles of what they're saying, yeah, they're basically saying, FBA, you got one. You got, okay, we got to put a markup on the board for you guys. You guys have showed and proved you stood on business. And that's why you have articles like this one coming out, because they know we stood on business. They know that we're correct. The same way CNN has the information that they're putting out in this article, you don't think News One is behind the scenes talking to these same type of people who are out here saying that FBA screwed up the Democratic Party by sitting on the couch? You better bet your bottom dollar they got the same information. But instead of coming out telling the truth about the situation, they chose to smear and commit libel when it comes to the lineage of foundational Black Americans by trying to tie us and make us interchangeable with the organization known as ADOS. Who has leaders? They have Yvette Cornell. They have Tone Talk. But FBA, we have no leader. And we don't have anybody who claim to be a leader, because we're all leaders within foundational Black America. We all are leaders. We get out there and do the work our damn selves. We don't have to wait for anybody to run up on us and tell us what we need to do. We already inherently know what needs to be done, and we know why we must stand on our square to get them done. And salute to Black RU. He says, mission accomplished, not so much, family, but we're on our way. The mission is getting them tangibles. The mission is making sure reparations is at the end goal. But yes, we can call out this as a checkpoint in the game that we're playing right now. Y'all know how you play video games. Some of you may play video games. Some of you may not. When you're playing a video game and you're playing as a certain character, if you die without reaching a checkpoint, you got to start all over. We're at a point where we didn't reach several checkpoints. So if the character has to start anywhere, it's going to be right from where we left off. But yes, the mission will get accomplished. And we are on our way to seeing that happen. We did more in this generation than the past, I don't know, maybe 2 generations combined. With the quickness. Shout out to you, Elden Ring, exactly. Soon as you get that checkpoint, you can end up right back where you need to, so you can just get right back where you gotta go. Salute to our brother Damon all day. He said FBA has their ass shook the fuck up. FBA bullet train 100. 100. Much love. That is 100. Exactly. Salute to Devon. They hate. We are FBA resetting. We are setting the standards. We're putting our flag down and we're coming right back to where we need to be. There's no more confusion and there's no disillusion. We don't need to be disappointed. We know where the train is on its way to. Salute to our sister Hurricane Nisi. As TBA often says, not a sprint, but a marathon. You are absolutely correct, my sister. And he prepared us for this marathon very well. Now, I'm a student of a lot of master teachers. Dr. Henry Clark, Dr. Yosef Ben, Khalid Muhammad, Dr. Amos. I'm a student of a lot of master teachers. Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. And I give a B1 salute to each and every one of them. But when I say a lot of the things that I learned to look out for came from my brother TBA, to look out for, excuse me. TBA has given us a lot to look for. And that's why I'm doing this broadcast today. Because if I did not have the information to look for, it would have went right over our heads. Unless one of y'all found this article and brought it to our attention, which I know one of us would. So shout out to TBA exactly for that. Salute to our sister Mia Kim is in the building. Much love to you. Thank you for being here, family. You know it's always a pleasure. Let's get back over here to this article because we're almost done with this. There's a couple more things I want to discuss. More surprises may be in store. And I believe this is the rounding off. Yeah, this is about to be the end here. For the 2026 midterm elections, Republicans face a dual challenge in holding support from new swing voters who lifted Trump in 2024. That means, hey, Republicans, don't get too comfortable, my friend. The first is persuading them to turn out at all. Historically, these intermittent younger, and non-white voters have been much less likely to participate in midterms than presidential elections. Though Republicans will mount enormous efforts to mobilize them, McInturf said. There is less well-educated downscale Trump votes. Oh, geez. Okay, let me say that again. Okay. There is less well-educated downscale Trump vote that has been very difficult to get to vote when Trump is not on the ballot. Well, the second problem Republicans face in 2026 is the mirror of the dilemma Democrats confronted in 2024. Even if they can turn out these intermittent voters, can they count on their support? Come on with it. Come on with it. Mike Madrid, a longtime Republican consultant who has become a staunch Trump critic, thinks the answer is no for many of low propensity Hispanic voters Trump attracted last year. Citing polls showing Trump dwindling approval rating amongst Hispanic Madrid believes the president is both failing to meet the top priority of his new Hispanic voters or supporters, making their lives more affordable and exceeding their tolerance for harsh immigration enforcement. Man, most of the people who voted for Trump who are Hispanic wanted to see these harsh immigration enforcements. In the very same way that majority of the foundational Black Americans who decided, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and give you my vote because I want harsh immigration enforcement. We got to get rid of these illegals. These aliens are being put into our neighborhoods and they're just being destructive as all out. Let's keep it 100, if you will. Salute Breeze Omega. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you as always. Yep, this is the part right here, family. There's been a lot of people suggesting a racial realignment has been happening. Madrid said, what I see is a de-alignment. Family. Hey, FBAs. Are they talking about delineation? See, they made sure to toss this up in here. People seeing racial realignment happening. The only people who are aligning are de-aligning is foundational Black Americans because we're delineating. So now, not only are they saying that everything that we've been talking about is actually factually true, not only are they saying everything that we've been doing has been moving this bullet train forward, they're now telling you the reason why it's been working is because they're seeing our delineation, our de-alignment. Don't let that go over your head, family. FBA winning all damn day. All we do is win, 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 no matter what. Salute to our sister Bad. She said, yes. Ha! Delineation is great. Yes. Salute to our sister Aquarius. Why don't the writers just give us our props? As they should. They should give us our props. They're trying to give us our props without giving us our props. We throwing the train off the track. Yeah, their train, our train is this bullet train that's just going and they just can't stop it. In the words of our family Crack Netter, thank you for being here, family. FBA is unstoppable. And it's funny that you got Saul Netter up in there. We actually going to have a couple of things to talk about Saul Netter in a little bit. Salute to our family, Black Are You. Thank you for your super sticker. I appreciate your contribution. Your contribution is blessed tenfold and always, always appreciated, family. Family. Engine number 9. Much love to Breeze Omega. All right. Let's go. Let's continue this. Let's continue this because it gets in there. I don't think there is so much a swing voter as a spurned voter who is disenchanted with both parties. Family, who is it that's been talking about both parties? Who is it that said we're not Republicans, we're not Democrats, we're not Republicans, we're not Democrats? We are foundational Black Americans with foundational Black American interest. And if you're not bringing it to us, then neither one of you get our vote. It's been us who's been disenchanted with both parties. It's been us, FBA, all damn day. No tangibles, no vote. Oh, yeah. Make sure to clock this. This is what winning looks like. They don't want to give you your flowers, but guess what? I'm here to make sure you get every rose petal in the bundle. John Della Volpe, an expert in youth politics at Harvard University Institute of Politics, who has also consulted for Democrats, sees a similar risk among Trump younger supporters. Della Volpe, says his continuing surveys has found that young voters, including many who backed Trump last year, are somewhere between exceedingly and somewhat disappointed so far in his record on inflation. They are still willing to cut him some slack, Della Volpe said at it, but he's not cementing them. So, the Nabiscos, they're still willing to cut some slack. They haven't forgot about them Epstein files. You damn right they ain't forgot. That's why they out here trying to make sure nowadays that we know that they don't forgive Trump for playing that game with them. But, idiots are going to be idiots. I digress. We told them. These early signs suggest Republicans may end up facing the same problem Democrats did during Biden's term. When many of the casual voters the former president attracted in 2020 grew so disenchanted with his performance that they chose not to vote again in 2024. David Axelrod, oh, god dang. Oh, yeah, this man made up his last name. This man made up his last name. David Axelrod, a senior CNN political commentator and former chief strategist for Obama's campaign, said both parties may struggle to lock down intermittent voters as long as they rely primarily on negative messaging. Family, isn't that what we've been saying? These folks, they're trying to get people to go and vote off of them, or vote for them off of the fact that they hate the next person that's running. Trump bad, vote for me. Kamala bad, vote for me. This is what they've been doing. And we've been calling this out for a long time. Salute Reparations Nation. Thank you for being here, family. Daisy Axelrod is from Billions. LOL. They wild with that name. Yeah. Wild as hell. I guarantee that might not even be a real person. I'm telling you, if it is, that man that created his last name, he went and changed his last name. I guarantee that. Allegedly, in my opinion, I think I assume. All right, because we ain't doing no libel on this end. Trump by promising negative messages. Trump by promising to confront elites, the deep state, undocumented immigrants, and other targets, and the Democrats by promising to oppose Trump. Right now, the motivation in our politics is very much a reaction to the things we hate. Isn't that what we've been saying in the new black media? Isn't that what we said here in the new black media? It's not an aspirational politics in any way. It's very different, he said. From the message Obama employed to surge turnout in his day. Oh, who is he spreading that message to? Foundational Black Americans. That's right. That's right. That's right. And when he stopped sending that message out to us, when he stopped showing himself to be there for us, when he started showing himself to be a person who used our lineage to climb the ladder and then pull up every other group besides foundational Black Americans, the voting dropped. Black voters turnout dropped. This was us. Let's go back here. As I think back to 2008 versus now, there is no doubt that it was motivated by disaffection with the status quo. With status quo politics, Axelrod said. But it was also motivated by hope and real belief that it could change. Family, one of the things that I used to run around here telling people when they was talking about, you got to support Obama. He's out here, change and hope. And I used to tell them all the time, change for who? Who is he changing things for? Because he said out of his mouth it wouldn't be foundational Black Americans. And we don't deal in hope. Hope is some shit that you find in a person that's trying to go to Vegas and win big. That's hope. Damn hope. Because when you have preparation, you don't need hope. That's the same difference between knowledge and belief. They use belief so that they can confuse you. In the middle of belief, you see in big, bold letters, a lie. Whether you're spelling out believe or belief, you're going to get a lie in both. When you spell out knowledge, the first 4 letters of the word tells you what? Knowledge. So when you're prepared, you don't have to believe in these candidates. You have the knowledge to actually speak on these candidates. Let's make sure that that doesn't go over people's heads too. Because a lot of these folks, it went over their head very much so. A whole lot of people came out in the belief, in the middle of belief, you see lie. Right there. That things could be better. The question is, could you do that in this environment today? And the answer to that is no, because they didn't have the FBA when Obama was in the way. Because if we did the same thing we've been doing to Obama since we've had the FBA come along, since we decided to name ourselves and label ourselves, since we started doing that, if we had this right here, Obama would have been shut the hell down. He would have been shut the hell down. Salute to Zavon. He says, FBA, keep this country afloat, no question. We different. They come to us for. We see the knowledge. Let's keep it 100, family. Let's end this off here. As long as the answer is no, the new swing voters, notice they're calling us the new swing voters. The new swing voters may remain untethered to either party. Oh, get used to it. This is the new normal. This is the new normal. Preventing either side from having much confidence about whom they will support or whether they will vote at all in each election. Family, 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 I take my hat off to you. You all deserve all the praise because, like I said, it was you out here calling people out. It was you out here making sure these folks know that if you don't do what you need to do for us, guess what? We got a firm belief that the person who always had our backs, President Couch, he's going to need to see our votes more. If you can't stand to say that you're going to do something for foundational Black Americans, and guess what? We can't stand to run to the polls to give you our vote. And this is winning. You know we're winning, family, because honestly, a lot of people are running around here using our lingo for good and bad. Let's go here, family. Let's go here. I know y'all, I don't know if y'all seen this. Dr. Kristen Mullen. She is a friend and a colleague of Dr. Sandy Darity. And she came out with the talking points that we usually come out with.
The term African American, for example, needs exact definition since there are white Americans who can claim African descent.
Now, family, we're going around saying African American. That term is a dead term. That term is retired. We then took the jersey number of that term and put it up in the bleachers, into the stands, and the crowds. It is hanging above the arena. And they're saying it needs to be defined. No. It's already been defined, and we're removing the definition of it and killing it off. If we're not using African American, nobody's using it. Because we're not giving our contributions to a bunch of people who are trying to infiltrate our group. This here, they're trying to get us to keep the African American. They're trying to get us to keep the African American, but just define what it means and to make sure no one else can wither their way in there. No. That's what foundational Black American does. That's what American freedmen does. Salute to the Reconstruction Report. She is Dr. Darity's wife. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know that. You learn something new every day. Much love to you.
And an enslaved ancestor, and they would otherwise qualify. So the condition of being a descendant of, quote, the institution of slavery should specify, first of all, slavery in the United States, since this is a project for Black descendants of persons emancipated by the 13th Amendment and the Civil War. Okay, that's a distinction that we make in our proposal. But recipients also must be individuals who have self-identified as Black, African American, Afro American, or Negro at least 12 years prior to the establishment of a reparations study commission or a reparations program, whichever came first. So you can't wake up and be Black tomorrow and qualify.
That's the same thing we've been saying, ain't it, family? You ain't gonna be able to just jump on in here and all of a sudden you blackity black because the reparations didn't hit the track. No, if you wasn't Black before reparations, you ain't gonna be Black after reparations. No. Salute to our sister Astarte Jones. Shalom and peace to you. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you as always. But I also want to show you using our terminology in a negative sense, trying to co-opt the terminology. I got to give another B1 salute to our brother TBA for his broadcast that he did last night. And he put this on my radar, and it just fits so well for my broadcast that I gotta use it, and I gotta play it for you, and I gotta give another shout out to TBA for bringing this to my attention. Ann Coulter. You know, Ann Coulter has been running around here talking about how, she agreeing with us about the 14th Amendment. She's been running around here talking about she wouldn't have a problem with reparations as long as it came from the same places that these Democrats are spending all these billions of dollars from. I talked about that on my channel a few times. Now she's out there using another one of our terms to try to just make it a flat blanket term. Let's go here, family.
Our country is so much further gone than yours is. I thought when I wrote Adios America in 2015 about immigration, not just illegal immigration, all immigration. Since 1970, we have been hauling in the third world hand over fist. I mean, 90% of our legal immigrants are from the third world. Yeah, try to immigrate from Western Europe. It was a specific design by the Democrats to change the country more in their favor, and happened to wreck the country at the same time. We're down to, this is something else that we can look up and get the actual number on. We're down to, from like 1620 up until 1970, the country was 80 to 90% white, 10 to 20% Black. Those are foundational Americans. And the 1970s.
Nope. I call red flag on the play. No. Nope. Hell no. With another side of no, with a couple more no's on the side of that.
People know exactly what they're doing until they get exposed.
No, Ann. There are no foundational Americans outside of foundational Black Americans. This isn't a blanket term that you're going to be able to take and co-opt. So now you can just say, yeah, people that was here before immigrants. No. Foundational means exactly what it's defined as. The beginning, the only beginning. There can't be two foundations to a house unless you have two houses. And in that sense, they're not two foundations. It's still one foundation per house. You and your Nabisco people and culture are not foundational to any land. Many of the people in the Nabisco community floated they ass over here after the foundation, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, built the country. The people that you want to call foundational were eating each other before foundational Black Americans were introduced into the conversation. They couldn't grow food. They couldn't protect themselves. They couldn't do nothing. It has been foundational Black Americans who taught them to grow food. Yeah, the Native Americans, that's going back on us too. And they turned around and enslaved us. And after which, we built the country from the ground up. Every single thing in this country has to do or something to do with slavery in America. From Wall Street to the railroads. We spoke about denim being a creation. The insurance companies, the medical industry, the banking industry, all profited and was established due to slave labor and culture. So that means the foundation of this country are not Nabiscos. The foundation of this country is foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's all. But family, to my point, this shows that we're winning. Everything that we're doing and saying is being entered into the public lexicon, is being entered to the public social agenda. We are literally changing the discourse of the political spectrum. And that's just in the political renaissance that we're having. We're not even going to talk about the other renaissances at this point in time. We're just going to speak purely off this renaissance that we're having within the political realm. Salute and shalom to our sister Sharon Thompson. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you as always. So, family, I'm going around here looking at all these people showing us how much of a winner FBAs are. How much of a winner winning chicken dinner FBA are. And like my sister said, shout out to my sister Bad one more time. She said, in real time. You're able to see FBA's winning in real time. You ain't got to wait 50 years from now to see the fruits of your labor. You ain't got to wait till the next generation. No, we're setting it up for the next generation. We're able to see what we're setting up for the next generation. We're able to bring this to the next generation and say, look at this. This is what we're setting up for you. And so the next generation sees that and they're willing to protect it now. They see that the reparations generation is building these goddamn stairs so that they can climb the stairway to heaven when it gets to their time, and they're willing to protect that stairway. This is what winning looks like. Oh, and family, if you didn't know, if you thought that this was a joke, you thought this was a game, you thought that I was here for play, you thought that I was here for fun, I'm here for all that when it comes to my foundational Black American family. We're going to have some play. We're going to have some fun. But one thing we ain't going to do is skip over our wins and make sure that we understand what's going on in these political realms. Family, you put in so much work. You put in so much work that do you know that MSNBC realizes they lost all their credibility? Do you know how I know, in my opinion, that they lost all credibility, and they know they lost all credibility, family? Because they're now going out doing things that shows that we know as a company we've lost all credibility. Well, doing things like what, church? I'm glad you asked. Did you know MSNBC is changing its name to MS Now? My source, news, opinion, world. Oh, family. They are changing their name because their credibility is so damn shot. We got people changing their names by the way we call these folks out. Because they want to segregate themselves from their past. Something like, what Trump was talking about doing, the African American Museum. But that's another situation we're going to talk about in a little bit. But they're out here changing their names because they know we didn't put a stain on them hoes. Oh, family, we are out here putting stains on people. A salute to our brother Reparations Nation. That's something I picked up on too. I didn't ask for their opinion. I just want the raw, factual news. And that's what I was going to bring up as well. You called it before I did. Notice that opinion in there, which most of their news have turned out to be. Salute to our sister Sharon Thompson, in the words of TBA. And this is good. Huh. Oh, absolutely. Joke read. Matter of fact, let's read this and real quick. Hold on. MSNBC will now change its name to My Source News Opinion World, MS Now, and unveil a new logo later this year as part of as part of the cable news channel's spinoff from the Comcast-owned media company NBC Universal. Family. The family has been on their heads about this too. Because as this shows, people have to put this side by side. MSNBC, MS Now, whatever you're calling yourself tomorrow, you will not segregate yourself from who you are. You will not segregate yourself from the actions in which you guys committed. We will not allow you to try to convince us that you are a different company. We will not allow you to convince everyone else that you're a different company, because unlike everyone else, we have a very, very long memory.
But the axe forgets, the tree remembers. You can't have a short memory and be black. You open yourself up for attack. You got to have a long memory because you're singing a long song. Y'all feel me? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you do.
Yeah, you do. Because you know. Because you know exactly why they're trying to do this. And everybody else know exactly why they're trying to do it too. That's why you're getting memes like this. MSNBC tried to rebrand as MS Now, but new paint on the same clown car doesn't change the circus. Oh, family. We are not the same. We are built different. MS now, not our whiteness. That's probably what the hell it really means. That's what it really stands for. Exactly. Never forget what these people have done to us. And it's very important that we continue to voice it so that the next generation will never forget either. That's why I take my time with making sure these things are very apparent, because the next generation is dependent upon knowing these things. Now, family, as we're doing all these things and wrecking up the whole goddamn party, everybody is running around here trying to find a way to combat it. Nobody knows how to combat this. We're FBAs are winning. Oh no, who do we send on the court? Who do we put in the game? We don't have any players that actually know how to shoot. We don't have any players that actually knows how to play defense. We got all these, DEI people on both sides who really don't know how to play basketball. Who do we put on the court to subsidize the scoring that FBA is doing? So now it makes sense why they're sending out everybody under the sun, whether on the Democrats or Republican side, to show not only are they worried, but they out here making sure that we know that we're not their friends. So all these people that was going around big up in Amanda Seals for doing that freaking Jubilee situation, even though she took every goddamn talking point that she got from us. The only talking point we did not hear out of that woman's mouth is because I'm pretty sure it could have been used back on her. And salute to Jason Black for bringing that up last night. The only talking point that she did not use was to where are your parents from? Where's your family from? That's the only one she didn't use. But family, I tell people, and I was telling people, don't let that fool you. She is not one of us. And in a couple of days, you're going to see how much she is not one of us. Salute to our brother Black Alpha. Salute to our brother Black Alpha for posting this, because now we got to see exactly what we said was going to happen. It didn't even take a couple of days. Let's go here.
African Americans aren't African. We're Indian. Good. You go ahead and believe that.
No. See, we don't have to believe. That's what y'all want us to do. Y'all want us believing a bunch of nonsense. We don't care about the lie. We have the knowledge. We have the know that shows it.
I guess the Africans in the Caribbean and Brazil, they're the only ones who are Africans. But
no, let me be very clear about that. They're the only ones that receive so many Africans. Even you guys went through your own ethnogenesis in the Caribbean and the South America and Brazil. 10 million Africans to Brazil. 5.5 million of Africans to the Caribbean. 368,000 to the mainland North America. That's what we're saying. It was way more of them sent to the Caribbean. It was way more of them sent to Brazil than even touch foot here on mainland North America. So who were all the other millions of people that was here? Salute Classy K. Thank you for being here, family, as well as our brother, still Kevin Trees in the building. Much love to you, family.
Not the ones in the U.S. Sound dumb as hell. Aren't I West Indian? My mother is. My father is not. My father is the descendant of chattel slaves in the United States.
From where, Amanda? Because like I said, this is the first time I've ever heard her actually voice this out loud with her whole damn chest.
Why the fuck do we have to keep going over this? Do y'all lack the capacity to understand that people are multidimensional? That is how we became people, bros. Do you know that the original peoples, there was only like 10,000 of them?
Family. This woman just said there was only 10,000 original people. 10,000 original people, family. You know why she's saying that? It's because she understands that there was only 368,000 Africans brought to the mainland North Americas. And so by saying only about 10,000 of the original people, she's trying to make it seem like those people were drowned out by the 368,000 Africans that was brought over here. Family, let me explain something. I want to explain how you know this is a blatant lie. I just want to make sure everybody understands how they know this is a blatant lie. Oh, my brother, challenge her to a debate. After in the words of Dr. John Henrik Clarke, she's no equal to debate. I would have to teach her. She is literally no equal to debate. However, I want to just put all this stuff to bed where she said there was only like 10,000 original people here. Family, in the Nabisco history books, didn't it talk about the mass unaliving of millions of Native Americans using quote unquote smallpox? So if the Nabisco history book tell you that there were millions of Native Americans that was unalived due to smallpox, that 10,000 number automatically goes out the window. That simple, that plain. I'm not even going to try to, go through that any further. I don't want to play with any of your intelligence. It's that damn simple. If the Nabisco man's history book says that they killed off over, I think it was like 4 to 5 million Native Americans using chemical warfare, aka smallpox, then that 10,000 number that this woman is bringing up is automatically tossed out the goddamn window. And now, to be honest with you, I got to question whether those millions of people actually were offed by smallpox, or were they just enslaved like our people? And then they came up with a narrative to make it seem like the native people here, the Aboriginal people, our people, were just unalived and killed off due to the chemical warfare that they brought here. Because I always ask that question too. I've always had that question in my mind. They said that they gave them smallpox by, infecting a bunch of blankets and giving it to them, and they got smallpox from the blankets. Well, how were they able to do that? Wouldn't the people that was putting smallpox? Because here's the thing: there was no science. There was no science labs with smallpox in a jar somewhere that they could take out and pull out and drip all over these goddamn rags. And if they were coughing and spitting and all this other stuff on these things, wouldn't they look sickly when they got to shore? Wouldn't all these people have had the smallpox as well? These are questions that I've been asking ever since I first heard that story. Salute to Snatch Adams. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. You said here, watch out for the Tethercrats and the Tethercons. Changing their identities to first generation and second generation Black Americans. Much love to you, family. Thank you for your contribution in this blessed tenfold. I appreciate it, as always. No, and you're absolutely right. This is exactly what she's doing. But this is the same woman that they just had in front of the Jubilee, in front of all those people arguing with other tethers. A tether arguing with a room full of other tethers. This is what we've got. But let's let it continue.
And they was all intermingling, and that's how shit expands. Hello. No, I am not West Indian. I am Caribbean. The Spanish genocided the Carib and Arawaks. The Carib and Arawak Indians of the Caribbean. Okay? And thus, I am the descendant of those who came after that.
Now, Amanda, you might be absolutely correct there when you talk about you are descendant of the people who came after that, because it would make more sense that somewhere that had 5.5 million Africans taken to their homelands, and then had an ethnogenesis, it would make more sense that you would more likely have African DNA than anybody on the mainland North America. Now, there would be some people who have that African blood, because not all the people intermingled. Not all the people intermingled with those Africans. Just certain parts who were enslaved with those Africans had an ethnogenesis with those Africans. Salute to Faith Speak Life. Thank you for your Cash App donation, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. As always, my sister. So they didn't just go across the whole of America's populating with the Native Americans, with the Aboriginals. There's only a small set of people in America that would have that bloodline, but you, it's more likely that you did. And you don't even understand the history of the Caribbean. Because the Carib that you're talking about is today the Taino. And the people that's down there, you were talking about genocided? Kind of, sort of, but no. They were colonialized. When the conquistadors went over there and, took over the land, they killed the men and took the women, just like every other country does in war. When you go to war with a country, you go to war with a group of people, the core number one thing that you must do is unalive the men, burn their books, and indoctrinate the women and children. Then you breed out the bloodline. That's what you have in Mexico today. That's where your modern day Mexican comes from. It's because the conquistadors came over. They brought some of their slaves with them. They saw the Native Americans and they bred out the bloodline. That's where you get the Mexican. Exactly. And that's where they get the term the raza. Whitening the races. But this is somebody who's supposed to be a radical. This is somebody who sat in front of a bunch of damn puppets talking about it's a debate. I can't take time to debate a woman who don't have this information. I can't take time to debate a woman who isn't debatable. She's teachable. We see that she's teachable because she was able to go to the Jubilee and she was able to, you know, show off everything she learned from foundational Black Americans and the new Black media. We see that she's teachable. Debatable, not so much.
I am not the descendant of a genocided people. You see how that's not possible? You see how that's not possible? My mother's side in the Caribbean, I am not indigenous. I am the result of chattel slavery and colonialism. Yeah. Yeah.
Notice how she's never saying where her father's from. She's a descendant of chattel slavery and colonialism, but she's never said where her father's from. Her father may be an African, for all we fucking know. Excuse my French.
I know, it's crazy. And on my daddy's side, I am the result of chattel slavery and colonialism. Now, there may be some Native American in there, but it's not enough. And this...
How would you not know that it's not enough? How would you not know that it's not enough, Amanda? So you're speculating at this point in time. This is a speculation. Interesting. In the very same way, these people are running all online talking about 70% of Black Americans have Nigerian DNA. But when you pull up the information on DNA testing, how the hell is 70% of all Black Americans, foundational Black Americans in America, got Nigerian DNA when, God dang it, when you look at the amount of people who have never tested their DNA, it is over 80% of the U.S. population has never taken a DNA test. So how in the hell is 70% of all foundational Black Americans have Nigerian blood? This is how they use, this is what they use to confuse people. This is the nonsense that they run around telling people without any statistical evidence. They're working off of speculation. Salute to our sister Sharon. She said, I thought she said her dad was Nigerian. That's good. I'm gonna have to go back through some archives and see if I got a clip of that. Because I'm telling you, I never heard her say that her father was foundational Black American ever. Or that he was a descendant of chattel slavery. Never heard that. But I think I do remember her saying that her father was Nigerian or mixed with Nigerian or something like that. So I'm going to go back through my archives and see if I can find a clip. Much love to you for bringing that up, sister. Imagine she runs the church daycare. Oh, all those kids are going to be messed up. she's messing up all those children. But family, this is why they're panicking, throwing out each and every one of these people. They're throwing out Amanda Seals, all because of what this article right here says. All because of what this article right here says. And that's why I took the time to go through the whole damn article. They're sending out their Black Lives Matters 2.0 as well. Look at this. This was in D.C.
The police. Well, none of these motherfuckers out here this morning with Trump supporters was tearing that wall down.
Now, family, who is this person? This is Nene. The person that everybody was screaming, call Nene, when Aflina was getting arrested. This is Nene. This is the Black Lives Matter who left and started an organization called Harriet's Wildest Dreams. Tether alert. Exactly. Salute, family. He said Meek Mills. That's who this is. This is Nene.
fucking us up. But now they want to come out here about black people out here to do the shit they do.
Notice how they panned the camera and they didn't keep it there. They made sure to change that camera up. Matter of fact, I'm gonna restart that. I'm at the boop, boop, boop. I want to make sure.
They got these fucked up police. Well, none of these motherfuckers out here this morning with Trump supporters was tearing that wall down and fucking us up. But now they want to come out here about black people.
Now, family, it's hard to see, but if history is an indicator, and you know that it is, these are probably the same people that was out front when a Feeney got released from the courthouse. Remember in my last broadcast, I played that clip of a Feeney saying that she's known these people for upwards of a decade. For years. This is just the same COINTELPRO, George Soros nonsense that they put on during Black Lives Matter in 2020. Because we've been telling people, and people in DC has been saying, don't go out into them streets. You know they're trying to make sure you're one of the people that get, caught up into some mess. Then all of a sudden, you have this woman putting on a protest, someone who not only was a part of Black Lives Matter, but who still consults with Black Lives Matter. Let's let it continue.
Out here to do the shit they do. White supremacy telling them to fuck us up. Those white bosses saying, go get those black people. Trump supporters did all the fuck they wanted to do this morning. Fuck the police. They don't keep us safe.
And nothing you're doing there is keeping us safe either. What you're doing right now is trying to create something. And that's why you brought out your whole little group there. And y'all remember what Feeney was saying? We got a bunch of white people working with us. What are you saying? Should we not work with these white people? Right when she was saying that her enemy, open enemy, is white supremacists and white supremacy and white people in general. Family, like I said, they're showing their cards. They're taking L's. They're sending out the old guard to do exactly what the old guard does. Because they see that we're winning. On both sides, not just on the Democratic side, on the Republican side too, but we're going to get to that in a hot second. Let me get over here to this bald bastard. Moist Watkins. This man is going around talking about, I don't need reparations. I'm not in favor of reparations. I'm in favor of preparation. After you done scammed everybody out of their money, after you done shown yourself to be a goddamn boot-licking coon, tap dancing for daddy. Oh, tap dancing. When I say tap dancing, I'm talking tap dancing. Salute the Red Joker for this. A person who was going around, scammers of a feather flock together, now want to come back and try to talk to us, of people who don't trust you, about reparations? Salute to our brother Christopher Ellis. Thank you for being here, family, and thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, family. Oh, yeah. Let's hear what he has to say, because we're almost done. We got just a few more things to get through.
And that money will go straight to the malls, will go straight to Louis Vuitton, will go straight back to the automobile dealership, and they're going to laugh at you. They will laugh at us. They're going to say, damn, even when we...
Family, the same old talking points. The same old talking points we get from the tap dancer. Jesus. let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. Family, please excuse my passion. I don't know. Let me play that one more time. Let me play that one more time.
Because if every single black parent process this, think about this for a moment. Imagine if every single parent in the black community did the simple damn task of buying their child, spending as much money buying stock for their kids as they spend on their car note or whatever.
All right, family. So he said that we need to be buying stock for the children. So basically what he's telling you is to go put your money into some white person's pocket and hope for the best. His whole, like, there's nobody out of this man's school at all that I've seen come out talking about a success story. He want to tell me that he don't believe in reparations, he believe in preparations, but then he wants to tell me that I need to go and spend my money with the white man in order to get stocks and bonds. Does that sound like preparation to you? Now, if I want to get stocks and bonds, that's a side thing. Reparations literally has nothing to do with preparation. Reparation is repairing what was taken, stolen, and killed away. We're not here for your nonsense, boys, with your moist ass. You think, pause, you think that this is 2005. You think that this is 2006. You think that this is 2007, 2008, where, you know, we had a little faith in you. Nobody has faith in you here today in this day and age, moist. But they're throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. They're throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. I'm not even going to continue with this dude. Family, I want to go here, and I want to give a shout out to Tariq because I know that he don't like people recording his spaces. So I'm going to just use one of his video clips here because there was something that happened in one of his spaces that's very important that we have to call out when it comes to the Democratic Party. So let's go here, family. Let's go here. This is Tariq talking to one of the Democratic shills who work with the Democratic Party by the name of Gabriel. And I want you to hear how turned up this dude Gabriel is.
Gabriel, unmute your microphone. What's up, Gabriel?
How you
I
doing?
am good. Have you calmed down? You were very, very upset the other day. You were very upset.
Damn, you gonna do the angry black man on me?
Oh, yeah. You started emotionally eating. You went in there and baked a bunch of dirt cookies and just ate all night with anger. So you were really pissed off. Have you calmed down?
I'm always calm, you know that.
Okay, yeah,
I'm always calm.
Yeah, you were running around here saying we all MAGA and yeah. Did the DNC threaten?
I mean, I was wrong. I mean, that's true. That's true.
All right, I think the DNC, they threatened your ass. I think they pull you in a room and say, you better get them on board or we're going to send you to Haiti. You're like, oh, Lord, no, please. I will make them do right. So, yeah, they threatening you. What are they threatening you with? Are you in danger? Do we need to save you, brother? Do we need to go do we need to call barbecue down there in Haiti and tell them to send something? What we need to do? Barbecue number.
He over there wearing his Dolce Gabbana and stuff. But I saw Mark Lamont. He was like Mark Lamont following me out there. But I just wanted to ask you, Tariq, I knew someplace.
Gavin shitting on us out here in California, man, when he crashed out the reparations thing. So I don't respect Gavin. Yeah, again, I'm all about people standing on business. And the Democrats, it's just too much lying with them. You know, it's just too much lying.
Notice what he's doing, family. He's over here fishing. He's trying to see who Tariq would make. Tariq thinks would make a great candidate to run, so that he can run back to the Democratic Party and say, "Well, this is what foundational Black Americans said." Just peep what he's doing.
Who is like the political leaders you see advancing?
Oh yeah, you're breaking up a little bit. Hopefully, you can get some better reception. But yeah, I don't know who the Democrats. Who do you guys have? Now, Trump? After Trump, who do they? What Republican do they have? Are they going to try to run J.D. Vance? What are they going to try to do? What have you been hearing from the DNC? Oh, Gabriel, your phone. Can you move your forehead to the right? I think your forehead might be blocking the 5G. Something. It's kind of, the reception is a little bad, because I do want to hear what you got to say. So, you're saying, I know they're going to try to run Gavin Newsom for 2028. Who else are they going to run?
Is my reception better now?
Yeah, I can hear you better now. Yes.
Okay, no, they're going to definitely run J.D. Vance for sure. And they also have a bunch of other Republicans, but for Democrats, it's looking like Gavin Newsom, Wes Moore. How do you feel about those guys?
Definitely not Wes Moore. Wes Moore he's going to be all pro immigration because he's from an
There's got to be
definitely not Wes Moore. Wes Moore he's going to be all pro immigration because he's from an
There's got to be
background.
somebody out there that you feel like willing to take the agenda up. You can't just sit on the couch every election, Tariq. Come on now.
Yeah.
Family, if you don't think, and like I said, he's fishing. He's just trying to find out who Tariq likes, who gets a hit on, and so he could take it back to the Democratic Party. But you heard what he said. Come on, Tariq, you can't sit out every election. Oh, we can't? Family, if you don't think that we gotten to them, if you don't think that article showed that we were winning and we are winning, listen to their own damn shill who works with them saying exactly what the article said. He said, y'all can't sit it out every election. Oh yeah, we definitely can. They're more worried about sitting it out every election after 2024. That's what he's voicing right here.
All pro immigration because he's from an
There's got to be
background.
somebody out there that you feel like willing to take the agenda up. You can't just sit on the couch every election, Tariq. Come on now.
If I'm not getting no tangibles, this couch is real comfortable. If I'm not getting nothing out of it,
as the country goes to shit, as the economy goes to shit,
yes,
who benefits?
Because we're going to be going to shit. So everybody need to go to shit, not just us. When we vote for the Democrats, we are the only ones going to shit.
Are you even pushing reparation? Are you even pushing reparation candidates as Democrats? Like who? Like
shit, all of them know we need. So yeah, they know we need reparations. Well,
notice how he asks, are you even pushing reparation candidates? Why would we be pushing reparation candidates when they're your Democrats? They should be pushing reparation candidates. Why is it our responsibility to push a candidate? It is not. Our responsibility is to tell you what our demands are. Your responsibility is to bring us someone who can fill the demand. If you are not doing such, it is not becoming upon us to now go and find a Democratic candidate who may or may not support reparations. No. It is your damn job to make sure that you vet every goddamn candidate that you're trying to put out in front of us, every goddamn candidate that you want to put out in front of us. It's your job to make sure that they support reparations. But you won't do it because the Democratic Party already put out a statement saying that they do not support reparations. We ain't here to play games. Shalom and salute to our brother Jesse Paris. Thank you for being here, family.
Hey, they're giving all of these resources to non-citizens, so they know what the rallying cry is. So they can play
You
this.
can't use that. You can't use that in 4 years because like we're not in power. So like you can't say, oh.
He said you can't use that in 4 years. We absolutely can, and we can use it on both sides. Now here's the thing. We could talk about Trump and the Republican Party. Oh yeah, y'all was doing those, deportations, but you did give a couple leeway to a few of them folks, the farm workers that you said nobody can replace. The people who work in hospitality that you said nobody can replace. But with the Democrats, we have a full 4 years of you literally giving the funding that was supposed to be ours, that's supposed to be for reparations, all of that to not just illegals here, but everyone else across the globe for all kind of nonsense that was not reparations. Seeing if you could turn a frog to a transgender, making transgender comic books, all kind of money for all kind of nonsense, nothing for reparations. We don't have to be able to see this in this 4 years. We know what you did in the previous 4 years. You had the House, you had the Senate, and you had the White House. Salute to our brother Damon Reeves. Absolutely. Trillions when you add it up. Trillions that could have been going towards foundational Black American reparations.
We're not going to be the ones in power, so we got to find a different argument.
Well, no, the argument is the Democrats really didn't want to win. They didn't want to win because if they wanted to win, they would have gave us the tangibles we needed. So they're getting just what they deserve.
So, so again, like who's going to be the person you look for? Who's going to be the people you're going to push for? Because in order for reparations to happen, it's going to have to happen through the Democratic Party. You know that, right?
Don't care. I don't care who it's.
No, it's going to have to. No, it would never happen through the Republican Party. Like they're like vehemently against that. There's only going to always be two parties. So if it's ever going to happen in the next 15, 20 years or 10 years, it's going to have to be through the Democratic Party.
This man saying that after the Democrats already put out a goddamn notice and statement. Number one, the notice talking about benign and neglect, and the statement talking about what? We do not support reparations as a party. But he said if it's ever going to get done, it's going to get done by the Democrats. Really? We forced the Democrats to pass the Civil Rights Act. They didn't want to pass the Civil Rights Act. So if it's ever going to get done by the Democrats, it's going to be because we forced them. Not because we put them in the office and they just found it in the kindness of their heart to do so. And guess what we're doing right now? We're forcing the conversation all over again. That's why that article came out saying, hey, FBAs, you're the winners. You are winning. And everybody's looking at how you won. And they're trying to figure out how they can basically co-op everything that you're doing so that you won't win the next time.
I think the Republicans will probably do it before the Democrats. The same way Lyndon B. Johnson, who was a staunch racist, nobody thought that he was going to pass the Civil Rights Act. He did it, and he was a hardcore racist.
No Republican voted for the stimulus. They don't like.
Don't matter. Circumstances. We don't know what the circumstances might entail, but
notice how he brings up a nonsensical argument. It's a bad faith argument. No Republican voted for the stimulus package. I don't give a damn about the stimulus package. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about foundational Black Americans, and we're talking about reparations. And regardless of whether they voted for that or not, guess what? That's not our concern. Because at this point in time, neither one of you are really showing any gas when it comes to reparations. All you're showing is brakes. And that's why you have the article that I just read about the whole situation of us winning. He's proven our point, family, in everything that he's saying. That's why it was important for me to play this as well.
There's special circumstances that could prompt people to make a move. Again,
but as a matter of principle, they're not even for that. As a matter of principle.
The Democrats aren't either.
No, but the Republicans, they like to cut spending. I'm just talking about just benefits, welfare. Like they're against they're against all of that. They don't like giving money or blank checks to citizens. They don't like that. They think they're free market conservatives. That's literally against their principles. Like their philosophy of reparations lines up more with the Democratic Party than does with the Republican Party. You have to admit that.
The Democrats are all about giving resources to everybody except us.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. But that's where the fight is. Like the fight is going to have to happen through the Democratic Party. Like there's the Republican Party. They want to cut, and do spend taxes. You always hear about them cutting spending.
Slow down, slow down. It could go through a Republican. It could go through an independent. We are a voting block. If we withhold our votes, somebody is going to eventually step up and
it's
say,
mathematically impossible for an independent to win the presidential election. It's mathematically impossible. You know that.
If enough of us, it's 43 million foundational Black Americans. If enough of us say we're going to sit it out from the Democrats, we can make things happen. This is why the Democrats right now to discredit us. They're trying to discredit us because we already made them crash and burn in the last election. They know what it is. So
just because you lose one election doesn't mean you're crash and burning.
Oh, they didn't lose one election. They lost several elections. If you really want to think about it, they lost the 2022 elections as well. Yeah, that's how, some of those Republicans were able to come back into play. Then they lost the 2024 elections. But if you really want to be technical, they lost the 2016 elections. Excuse me. They lost the 2016 elections. So, and each time it was because we said the same thing that we said. No tangibles, no vote. Y'all might have got it in 2020, but basically 2020 bred 2024 and 2022.
Yeah. You spend billions of dollars, and you got Beyonce and Lady Gaga and Leonardo DiCaprio and Cardi B, and
Hillary lost in 2016, and Democrats controlled all three branches of government in 2020. Like that's what happens in politics. The pendulum swings back and forth, and that's what's going to happen again.
Right, and the thing is that pendulum swings because for the Democrats, the voting bloc is foundational Black Americans. That's going to make you win. You cannot win without foundational Black Americans as a Democrat.
And that article that we just read here today is basically saying, now we're a free voting block. Nobody owns this voting block. Let's see what they do with it. I tell you what, I know what they're not doing with it. They're not getting any of our funding. Here's some Democrat trying to run for office right now.
Hey, it's Rob Sand, Democratic candidate for Iowa governor. You may have heard that I just launched my campaign for governor. I've got a little unusual ask for you. Can you send me $1? I know it sounds weird, but a little bit adds up fast, and $1 today at the start of our campaign is much more valuable than one later on.
Family running around here asking you for $1. Can you spare $1? These people, they're out here sounding like panhandlers. You got these people out here, you FBAs, you should feel bad about yourself because you got these people out here sounding like panhandlers. You go with your bad self. That's what you did, family. And you also got these people running around here sounding hella nonsensical. Let's hit the Republican side. You got people such as Ben Shapiro, and this is why we don't run from the left to the right, from the right to the left. We are the only nonpartisan group in these Americas that actually hold the power when it comes to this right now. That's it. And we forced that power. We forced that power. So they got your Ben Shapiro's coming out too, talking about that Jubilee nonsense. And they're trying to prop up one of the tethers from the Jubilee because guess what? They need more people to try to sway foundational Black Americans to come to their side on the Republican side because we're not over on the Republican side. We're with the couch party, the furniture party, or the Ottoman party, if that's what you want to call it. I call it the furniture party. Let's see what he got to say.
What did you know going into the Jubilee debate, and how had you sort of prepared for the moment with Amanda Seales?
Well, I've always kind of been interested in these conversations about black on black crime. Again,
somebody who's not from America, who was not born in America, says that he has always been interested in black on black crime. Why aren't you interested in the black on black crime in your home country, sir? Why aren't you interested in the reason why your black on black crime in your country forced your parents to flee to these United States? But like I said, they're just wanting to prop up some of these tethers so that these tethers can run around. Yes, it's Tether Noah. Salute to Steel Kevin Trees. It is Tether Noah. Guy who don't know nothing. Dude don't even look like he's old enough to buy a drink, but yet they want to prop up this Timu Trevor Noah. Bootleg CJ Pearson. Oh, geez. That's a good one.
Gang violence, reparations, and all these sorts of things that are, a big topic, big subject in the Black community in general. So I kind of had my arguments already, worked out. I already knew certain things that I wanted to go in there and say and make points of. And so I kind of went in with the flow with those types of arguments.
I'm really impressed. I wouldn't have brought you on.
So basically what he's saying, family, he came in with pre-planned talking points. Pre-planned talking points. All right. We're seeing that. We're also seeing people such as Scott Jennings. Is that man's name? Yeah, Scott Jennings. Hold on, let me pull this up, family. You got Scott Jennings running around here trying to put on the cape for the situation that happened with old girl Julian Michaels, the man-looking chick with a wig. Yeah. So let's go here.
Saying that my personal view is slavery was a reprehensible institution. I agree with your words that it was our original sin. We also fought a war to eradicate it and to get over it as a.
Now, family, I had to stop it right there. We also fought a war to eradicate it and get rid of it. No, that is not what you fought the war for. If I got to do this every single time, I'm going to start doing this. Let me go ahead and go here real quick. Let's go here, family, because I want to make sure right here. Here we go. This is the Lincoln quote. As to the policy I seem to be pursuing, as you say, I have not met to leave anyone in doubt. I would save the Union. I would save it the shortest way under the Constitution. The sooner the national authority can be restored, the nearer the Union will be, the Union as it was. Now here we go. Here's the juicy that they tend not to ever say. If there be those who would not save the Union unless they could at the same time destroy slavery, I do not agree with them. Let me reread that. If there be those who would not save the Union unless they could at the same time destroy slavery, I do not agree with them. So let's continue. My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or destroy slavery. Let me read that one more time. for all the Steve Jennings in the back, for all the Nabiscos in the back who love to come out and say, oh, well, we fought a war to end slavery. The Julian Michaels who said, we were the first people to end slavery. Let me reread that for the dum-dums and the dunce cap wearing Nabiscos in the back. And all the tethers who says the same damn talking point. My paramount my paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union and is not either to save or destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slaves, I would do it. If I could save the Union by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others, I would do it. So for all of these people running around talking about, well, we fought a war to eliminate slavery. No, you didn't. You fought a war to eliminate a terrorist group of people who wanted to overthrow the American government. That was it. That was it. Now, family, you also have Stephen Miller running around here with these white supremacist talking points. You got to address that real quick.
Thank you. And first of all, thank you to the Vice President for bringing us here today. Thank you, Secretary, for your leadership. And most importantly, thank you to the men and women of the National Guard. Here's the most important point. There are residents who lived in Washington, D.C. their entire lives. Their parents lived here. Their grandparents lived here. And they have lived for generations in intolerable conditions of crime and decay. There are parts of the city, I moved to the city 20 years ago. There are places where I've seen graffiti that has been untouched for 2 decades. There are homeless encampments that have made it impossible for families to use public parks and public recreation for as long as I've lived here. There are hundreds of residents of this city who are shot in street violence every single year, making it one of the most violent cities on planet Earth.
Family, he just said DC is one of the most violent cities on the planet Earth. Let him continue. Hold on.
And for too long, 99% of this city has been terrorized by 1% of the city. And the voices that you hear out there, those crazy communists, they have no roots. They have no connections to the city. They have no families they're raising in the city.
Family, who they used to call communists back in the day? Oh, that's right. You know, the foundational Black American movement leaders. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
They have no one that they're sending to school in the city. They have no jobs in the city. They have no connections to this community at all. But they're the ones who've been advocating for the 1%, the criminals, the killers, the rapists, the drug dealers. And I'm glad they're here today. Because me, Pete, and the Vice President are all going to leave here, and inspired by them, we're going to add thousands more resources to this city to get the criminals and the gang members out of here. We're going to dismantle those networks, and we're going to prove that a city can serve for the law-abiding citizens who live there. We are not going to let the communists destroy a great American city, let alone the nation's capital. And let's just also address another thing. All these demonstrators that you've seen out here in recent days, all of these elderly white hippies, they're not part of the city and never have been. And by the way, most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C. are Black. This is not a city that has had any safety for its Black citizens for generations. And President Trump...
Oh, don't try to just throw out Black now, because God dang it, when you're sitting there talking about crime in the city, if you said the city is majority Black, you're also talking about the 1% of the people committing all the crime are Black people. This is why we don't run from plantation to plantation. This is why we got articles being written about us, letting us know that we're winning without telling us, hey, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, you're a winner. Because we're not jumping from plantation to plantation. That's not what we're doing.
Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old, and we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Stephen. A few questions.
No, Stephen. Absolutely not. So, family, you know what they've been doing? They've been going around trying to convince people that, oh, now that Trump done sent the National Guard in D.C., he done federalized D.C., oh, you know, crime has gone down. Let's go here, family.
When the National Guard hit the ground in Washington last week, that city's crime fight went into overdrive. And now we're seeing the impact and the dramatic reductions in crime. When the National Guard rolled into Washington last week, the locals seemed skeptical.
The crime is minimal here. There's not really a lot of crime here. It looks like window dressing to me.
But with the Guard on the ground, crime is on the decline for the first time in a long time.
Family, notice how they did that. The brother, they put on the brother that says crime is minimum here. Like, you know, it just looks like window dressing to me. And then they moved on to then say, but with the police on the ground, crime has seen a dramatic decrease. Dude, a brother just told you that there's minimum crime there already. Let's let them continue.
DC has gone 7 days without a homicide. And
family, I hate the way they skew these numbers. We got to address this. The fact that they say that 7 days without a homicide, that is not how statistics work. When they say that at least 3 people have been killed per week in a year in DC, what they're doing is taking the full number of how many homicides they have and dividing it times the number of weeks, 52 weeks or whatever. And then that number is what they give you upon the average. So for this person to then turn around and say, it's been 7 days without a homicide, that's not, family. I have to go to ChatGPT to make sure that, well, I already knew, but I wanted it to do some research for me real quick. And I asked it to bring me the data showing that there's been a shooting at least once a week. And I don't mean compiling the statistical data all in the situation, right? I mean, week to week, there's somebody reported as being unalived, and there's a police record week to week because they haven't been there in DC that long. And so, and I had to correct it because it gave me the same answer, so I had to let it know. You just repeated yourself, yo. Repeated the same shit, yo. Excuse me. You said consult with MPD's daily crime data and the Washington Post homicide tracker, and I told you to do it. And so it came back with this answer here. Apologies for the confusion earlier. Upon reviewing the available data, it appears that Washington, D.C. has not experienced a homicide every single week from 2024 through the mid-August 2025, while the city has seen a significant number of homicides during this period, averaging over 1 per week. The distribution has not been consistent week to week. For instance, in June of 2025, there were 10 homicides, a sharp reduction from the 20 reported in May, indicating fluctuation in the homicide rate. So when people are running around here trying to convince you that just in a little bit of time that they've been in DC, it's been a whole week without any type of homicides. That's not how it works, genius. The 10 homicides from May and the 10 homicides from June and the 20 homicides from May, when you put them together, they're all going to be compiled. But guess what? At the end of the year, they're going to be broken down and divided by 52 weeks. And then they're going to tell you however amount of that number is They're going to say, well, there was X amount of homicides per week in DC last year. They're not going week to week. So this right here is disingenuous at its core. And so is this. The whole fact of them talking about crime has dropped below all this is supposed to be after Trump didn't deploy and federalized the city. Robbery down 46%. I don't know what AWD is, ADW is. Down 6%. Carjacking down 83% when all of this stuff was already down. Car theft 21%. Violent crimes down 22%. Property crimes 6%. All crimes 8%. When you go and look at the statistics, nothing has changed from what the actual statistics was saying before Trump got there. Washington, D.C. was already on a downward trajectory when it comes to crime. From 2024 and 2025, and homicides, as a homicide of 2024 is 112. As of right now, it's at 99. Sexual abuse, 110 in 2024. As of right now, that's 55. So, assault with a dangerous weapon, 667 in 2024. In 2025, 534. Robbery, 1,249 in 2024. In 2025, thus far, is 898. Violent crime total in 2024, 2,138. In 2025, we're down to 1,586. Nothing has changed. That's it. They're just taking credit for the crime that was already on the decline, even though they came out talking about, oh, they're lying. They're not putting out all the stats. You then turn around and take the same stats and say, well, we got crime down now, and we've only been in DC for about a week. Do you see how they play with your intelligence on both sides of the fence, family? Do you see why we're winning? Because we're not running from one plantation to the next plantation, family. Do you see why they're so nervous on both sides? Not just the Democrats, but the Republicans. They're out here doing everything in their power to make sure you're too scared to continue doing what you're doing. Exactly, my sister. Scare tactics. My brother said DC is good. Baltimore is fucked up. Okay. They need it in Baltimore. But honestly, family, like I already explained to you, I'm feeling like this whole situation was all about eliminating the sanctuary city status, getting all the illegals that's in these sanctuary cities. But I still don't like the way you put a target on foundational Black Americans in order to do it. Oh, yeah, we can call out both parties without any type of reservation against either party. We're all for calling out these parties. We're the only people that calls out both parties. Family, even, and this is from the 11th of August. This is the same day that Trump federalized DC. Even Fox News had to admit that crime overall in DC is down. Overall, the brief, I'm not going to read this, but I'm just going to let you know here, the brief. Overall statistics from DC Metro PD shows crime in the district is down so far in 2025 compared to a year ago. Violent crime dropped to 26%. In the year compared to 2024. In 2023, carjacking surged in DC with more than 100 incidents reporting during the summer. So family, by the numbers, DC police statistics shows homicides, robberies, and burglaries are down this year when compared with this time in 2024. Overall, violent crime is down to 26% compared with this time in 2020, a year ago. In 2024, the city saw a 35% drop in 2023. So family, even these people are coming out and saying the same damn thing. Now, family, like I said, we're not running from plantation to plantation because we know exactly what the hell they're doing. Exactly, my sister. Talk about fake news. This is what we get out of your Trump side of the fence. JD Vance is also out here spewing a lot of psychoses that he's living in. He's spewing a lot of the stuff that he sees in his psychoses. Salute you. Thank you for being here, family. Shalom to you. Salute to our sister Patricia. She says, yep, I'm convinced Trump wants ICE in those sanctuary cities as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is my hypothesis. But let's go over here to JD Vance and hear some of the delusion in this man's voice.
The dance question. I mean, look, the autopsy for the Democrats, some free political advice from the President of the United States is stop sounding like crazy people.
I would agree with that. Stop sounding like crazy people. Stop lying and actually do something for your constituents. I would agree with that. Notice I had to add on things.
That really is all it is. I mean, this idea that Gavin Newsom is somehow going to mimic Donald Trump's style, I think that ignores the fundamental genius of President Trump's political success, which is that he's authentic. He just is who he is. You've got to be yourself. You've actually got to talk to people honestly about the issues. I don't think it's that complicated. Don't be a crazy person. Be authentic. If the Democrats did that, they'd do a hell of a lot better. But the thing is, the Democrats really can't help themselves. If you look at the transgender issue, they're still talking about letting men play in women's sports. If you look at the crime issue, they're calling Donald Trump a fascist for taking action that in 9 days has dropped armed robberies by 55%.
Like I said, one wing on the same damn dirty pigeons, just opposite wings. So family, yeah, it sounds like and it looks like Foundational Black Americans have placed a flag into the soil and made sure it's firm and tight because everybody is now scrambling, all because of one situation. And that's us, family. The fact that we are pulling the cards. We are moving the needles. We are showing folks that, yeah, this isn't us breaking away from the political realm. No, this is us being more involved than ever in politics. To the point where they're now saying that, the swing votes isn't really a person that can go from one party to the next party and just jump out. No, the swing vote is and always has been Foundational Black Americans, the people who will walk away from the vote, the people who will walk away from the electorate, the people who will walk away from everything and everyone if you ain't doing for our people. That will be us. And everybody is scrambling. Hell, even dude in New York, what his name? Hold on. What's this man's name? Mamdani. Even black folks are coming at his neck. Black leader says Zoran Mamdani still not impressing voters. Blast use of African American as a cover. He owes us an apology. Family, our renaissance is moving expeditiously. It is moving expeditiously. Let's just read a little bit of this. An infantilizing charlatan and quack who owes a huge apology for attempting to pass himself off as African American. Oh, that's a hell of a way to start an article. That was the black leaders, that's what black leaders are calling Democratic mayor candidate Zohran Mamdani, who, despite his airs of being the great brown hope, continues to flounder with demographics his entire campaign is supposed to help. Salute to our sister Bad. She said the scramble for FBA. Yeah. Insider says black voters are not warming up to the Democratic Socialists since roundly rejecting him in June's primary. He owes us an apology for the community. How dare he? Chantel Wright, a 59-year-old Harlem resident, bishop, and educator, told the Post in an impassionate interview. Family, we are leading the charge. And even the elders are coming out and they're saying hell no to a lot of these folks. Wright was referring to the news last month that Mamdani, who is of Indian ancestry, but born in Uganda, led his application to Columbia University to get favored admission treatment, checking off the Black and African American and Asian boxes on his 2009 Columbia University application regarding his race. She, like many Black New Yorkers, hasn't forgotten. When people use the cover of being African American, that is the most egregious, unacceptable, fraudulent, disingenuous action against our community I can even fathom. So she's talking about a lot of folks in the Democratic Party, family. Your Kamala Harris's, your AOCs who said, just because I have some African in me doesn't mean I'm Black. Oh, yeah. All the tethers, everybody in the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Black Caucus. Oh, yeah. She's speaking on all of them when saying that. You don't get to use the title of African American when it's convenient for you. Who's been saying that, family? That's been us. Telling these tethers, telling these politicians. Whose seat did he take at that university? He took another Black person's seat. That could have been a first generation or second generation that was able to go to college, right? A staunch supporter of Mayor Eric Adams Wonders. We don't trust him, but you trust Eric Adams? Okay. Like I said, family, I made sure to include that so that you know that she isn't a part, I don't want to say a part of the Black Grassroots, but she is an avid supporter of Eric Adams. Family, it's us. If you didn't know we were winning, now you know, and now they're letting you know just in so many little words. So I want you to pat yourself on the back. Because everything that's happening right here is because you planted the seeds. You was not afraid to let that seed grow wild if it needed to grow wild. You wasn't afraid to get out there and pull some roots if you needed to pull some roots. But now that damn tree that you planted is bearing fruit. And luckily, the next generation's already here to see the fruit that it bears so that they can protect that tree. And then continue to plant the seed of the fruit so that you can continuously have enough to eat. But before we get up out of here, I said I was going to do it, and I'm going to, because I am a man of my word. I said I was going to drop the link. I want to hear from the family. If you would like to come up, please come on up and let me know what you think about everything we done heard here today. And if I told you I forgot the name of that dude, but if you're still in here and you ain't up here in a hot second, then I'm going to go ahead and find you out, and I'm going to, get you up out of here permanently. I can go back and find you again. While I'm waiting to see if anybody want to come up, I want to play one more thing for you, family. In the area, another area of our Renaissance and how it's starting to move people. I said I was going to talk about this. One of the most predominant Pan-Africanism, one of the most predominant Pan-Africanists in Sonetta has now come out and said that he spoke to his family members and they're letting them know there was no African in their family. Come to find out, he's a part of the Shinnecock Indigenous American Nation. Oh, yeah. We're reaching a lot more people in our Renaissance in different ways. Yes, Sonetta is FBA, but he's been, he's been a staunch supporter of Pan-Africanism. A staunch supporter. As a matter of fact, many of the people like Polite and things like, Polite and Sarah Sutanseti, all these folks, they got their starts on his platforms. Really not their starts, but they got really big off of his platforms. Shalom, Mary. Thank you for being here, family. Much love to you. The Indian dude's name was Jojo Callings. And Mindy Callings' brother. Oh, yeah. Not that Indian dude. That's not who we were just talking about. We were just talking about this Mugabe guy. Hold on. The Zoran Mandani. That's who we were talking about on that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Mindy's brother did the same damn thing. He did the same damn thing. All right. Don't look like we're going to have anybody come up and give their frame of thought on this, and that's okay. Because as long as y'all know, as long as we all know, oh, no apologies necessary, my sister. No apologies. As long as we all know that they all know that we're winning out here, we're shutting stuff down out here. Yeah. What's understood don't need to be restated. So much love to each and every one of you that's here today. I understand I went a little bit longer, but God dang it, it was imperative for me to do this today. And I hate cutting into Jason Black because I know that he's on. I'm going to have to, get in there, but I'm going to have to also do a replay gang on his stuff. But it's cool because, like I said, I needed this to be spoken about. We needed to break all of this down to the very last compound like a fraction. We needed to do it. And I'm grateful that we have reached this point, this checkpoint within this gang. And I'm proud of each and every one of you, family, for standing on business. Salute to our brother Black RU. He says, it was worth it, church. Absolutely, my brother. Absolutely. My brother, proud member of the replay gang. That's right. So am I. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a proud member of the replay gang too, because there's a lot of great people within the new black media that, either broadcast at the same time or, I wasn't able to catch. So I'm up in there. I hit that replay with the quickness. Yes, sir. Also, our brother said, I love me some us. Me too, family. Especially, I love the fact that our younger generation is seeing what standing on business look like, especially when it comes down to the situations of politics for the next generation. And that's real. I love each and every one of you. And the next generation will honor each and every one of you because we're the ones standing on the business that's necessary for them. But with that being said, family and friends, I'd like to thank you all for being here. I'd like to thank all my members. You got your video coming up. You got a video coming up tomorrow, Monday. Yeah, tomorrow. You got a video coming up tomorrow. I'd like to thank all my mods. I'd like to thank everybody who's donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat. Now I got a Venmo coming up, so I'll be putting the Venmo in there or PayPal. I appreciate each and every one of you. If I have not, if you donated through PayPal and I didn't address it, you'll have my apologies. And I most likely I'll address it within the next broadcast because I have to go actually into PayPal in order to see who's actually donating. So much love to everybody who's donated. Much love to everybody who's here. Everybody who's going to watch this in the replay gang. Leave a comment. Leave a comment and make sure to let everybody knows how it feels to be a FBA winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Before we get up out of here, I said I wanted to play this Sonetta clip. Let's do it.
My mother's brother. Remember, I always used to tell everybody that I have a cousin who's a pastor, and I have an uncle who's a minister, who's a pastor, who's all that, And as he was on the pulpit teaching, putting his sister, my mother, to rest, he started talking about the history, and I was blown away, man. He was talking about the history, and me and 10 Toes Down looked at each other, and we couldn't believe it. We just looked at each other like, did he just say that? And 10 Toes Down was like, yes, he said that. And I was like, wow. So I said, I gotta interview Uncle Richard when we get off the podium, when we get outside. I gotta do a quick short clip. I need to know more about this. So he started talking about my grandfather, his father, and my mother's father, their father. And he started talking about how they're from the Shinnecock tribe. And I was like, what? I was blown away. I couldn't believe I was listening to that. As we were talking outside, I was like, Uncle Richard, can you say that again, what you said in there? And how come y'all never taught us this history? Come to find out his whole side of the fence. See, what it is, I'm gonna tell you like this, and I know it's not just me, but what it is that we all don't come together. Family don't really come together a lot. Some do. Only when things happen, only when bad things may happen, that's when we all come out together. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I got up to the pulpit and I talked about that. When he said, do anybody have anything to say? I got up and I spoke about that. And I talked about, I said, look at y'all, look at the family, man. Our grandchildren don't even know your side of the family. They don't even know they cousins. I said, this is sad that the only time we come together is when something like this happens. This is what brings us together. I said, we need to have some family reunions. We need to get our grandkids to know your grandkids and our cousins to know their cousins. They don't know each other. The only ones that know is just the older generation like me and my first cousins. But the second cousins in them scattered about. They don't know each other. That's the only time we come together. And so he's living in South Carolina for years. I haven't seen my uncle in I would say 15 or something years, or even more. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody have their own lives and they do what they do. But when he came down, this is one of my mother's favorite brothers. And he started talking about the history. And it blew my mind. I was sitting there like, did he just say that? I said, man, I got to go live and apologize to my Native American brothers and sisters. Because I'm going to call them now. I'm going to call my uncle and I'm going to do a nice long interview. And here we go right here. All right, I want everybody to know that this is my Uncle Richard right here, one of my mother's favorite brothers, right? And so I want to ask you something. You said something that was very good to me in there, and I didn't know. I'd be arguing with people about the Native American Indians, and I'd be saying I'm not an Indian, I'm African. So talk to me about what you said about that. About my grandfather?
Yeah, that came from Long Island, further out near around Kokomo, and he was in the tribe of the Shinnecock Indians.
So my grandfather,
Native American, and he moved, married Graham, and moved into Glen Cove.
Wow, man, I know the people. Say that again. Now that's his granddaughter that's talking right now. That's his granddaughter, which is my cousin. That's my cousin, my second cousin right there. She just got back from Africa, Kenya, and Ghana. She travels all over. So she jumped in. So they know their history. It is me who don't know it. Damn. Say that again.
Now, family, I gotta say this. I gotta go ahead and commend Sarnetta for doing this. Because he could have kept that secret and took that to the grave. He came back and apologized. And even said they know their history. I just didn't know mine. It takes a big man to admit when they're wrong. And it takes a bigger man to go back to the squad you've been arguing with back and forth and say, hey, you guys were right and I was ignorant. So I got to give a salute to Sarnetta for that. Because like I said, he could have kept this private and continued to push this scam Africanism like Umar Johnson.
Now, how come we didn't know nothing about this history though? Because it wasn't passed down to me. So you know, now that's my other cousin right there. They come from that's my other cousin right there. You know, but she knew who it was. But you know, we really never had these conversations, and so I am glad that I did now because now I'm going to get more information from my family while we're still here and while my uncle is still here. I think he's the last of the Mohegans from my mother's side. Yep, he's the last one that's here, and now I got to get that history before he leaves, man. Yeah, he's 89 years old, and I got to get this history. And wow, I'm so happy that my uncle came through and blessed me with that knowledge, man. Yeah, man. I can't ride with Uncle no more on this, man. You know,
family. Does it seem like he's at peace with this? Is it a situation where he feels like relieved that he's actually a Native American, that his family stems from the Shinnecock tribe? That's what it seems like to me here.
History. Wow, I'm so happy that my uncle came through and blessed me with that knowledge, man. Yeah, man. I can't ride with Uncle no more on this, man. You know?
Yeah. How you feeling about it?
I feel good about it. I feel real good about it because it's a part of me. It's something. See, once I know the truth and I hear it from my family, I've never heard this history. You know what it is? I've been too busy in them goddamn streets when I was growing up. And that's what it was. You know, that's what it was. That's why I never really had that time to really break down that history, you know, with the people, with my family. But now that it happened and it had to take my mother passing in order for me to get this history. And it's better late than never. Because my mother told me this, man. Of the Shinnecock Nation. He said my grandfather. He talked about his father. Of the Shinnecock Nation, man. And when I owe a few people an apology for that because I was really banging hard on Indians and going after them and going against that. Come to find out, goddamn it, I'm of the Shinnecock Nation of Americans. That's beautiful, man. I accept that. I accept it now. You know, I hear it from my family telling me.
Now, family, this is why it is so egregious that everybody running around here trying to convince us that we don't know what the hell we're talking about. In politics, whether it's about our own damn family, they try to convince you that grandma is a liar. They try to convince you that grandpa is a liar. They just don't want to be African. When we have documented records, we have history, and we know what happened here. See, the scam African has to fight to pertain or to protect its pockets. And guess what? We're fighting to drain them. Family, like I said, there are multiple renaissances going off. Today was about the political renaissance of FBA. But we're going to also get into the background lineage renaissance as well. That's why I wanted to show you this, because we're going to be getting into the real natives broadcast. Hopefully by next week, I'll be through reading through the rest of the documents that I have from the Smithsonian. However, family, just know in all aspects of where our renaissance is popping off, FBA is doing their thing. And FBA is winning all damn day. Much love to each and every one of you. Thank you all for being here. Like I said, there is nobody else across the globe that I would rather be a part of a lineage with. No one. Because we're the only folks that stand on that business. With that being said, family and friends, the doors of the church are now closed. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever can't stand us black people, he doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing, us black people going to survive. So fuck everybody. I'm off.